everybody, and welcome back to another Microsoft Flight Simulator stream. Happy Friday. I do hope you guys are all keeping very well today. We made it to the weekend. That means a lot. It was a busy week. So, we're on the ground here in a little place called Queenstown, which is on the Southland over here in New Zealand. I was here myself a couple of years ago. A buddy of mine was living out this neck of the woods, and the scenery in real life is jaw-dropping. So I said, hey, let's try it in the sim. So that's what we're doing. So let's say hi to some people, because there's loads of people here. Panda YT1 was first in the house. Good evening to you, Panda. Daza T Arab is here. Welcome aboard. Philip Breen. Good evening to you, Philip. David Shanahan is here. As we try and scroll down, Goat Dragon is here. Good evening to you. Curse is here. S. Voight, good evening to you, Scott. You're very welcome along. Andy Beeston, UK, is also here. It's going to be one of those evenings. No internet has dropped yet, so that's a good thing. Who else is here? Squishy Powers is here. Good evening to you, sir. Daniel M. How are you, Daniel? Hope you're keeping well, my friend. Many thanks for tuning in tonight. Kenneth Naughton is also here. How are you keeping? And Alan Mead is here as well. Good evening. Many thanks for the 229, Alan, in the super chat. Really appreciate it, my dude. UK Bay is here. KZG is here. Good evening, Murphy. Good evening. How are you all keeping? Awesome stuff. So we have a bit of a flight plan. Not much, but it'll be a little bit challenging, and the reason being is, if you look at the kind of scenery here we have on the screen, well, there's a lot of mountains and then there's a lot of water. So we don't want to get things wrong. Six Pack Pilot, good evening to you. On the pad at Queenstown, he says. Absolutely. Ministry of Music is here as well. Happy Friday to you. So yeah, we've made it to the weekend. What a week. What a busy week. Like 2,600 and something subscribers is just what? And then over on the land of Twitch, like 919 or something. It's bananas, guys. So we'll check out our chariot for today. If you look in really closely, you might see it on the ground. It's not the big one. Are we having whiskey this evening? Oh yeah. Cheers, sláinte, and everything that goes with it. Here's to good health and stuff. Matthew Heath is here. Good evening. The Z3 is here as well. Okay. So we have a couple of flights. The first leg is going to take us from Queenstown. We're going to fly over a place. Hang on, I get my notes. We're going to fly over a little place called Kingston, which is just as we take off out of Queenstown, we kind of swing left, and we're heading on towards kind of the farmish, agricultural kind of lands of Southland. And once we get there, we're going to turn right, and we're heading up to a place called Te Anau, or Manapuri, depending. But so you have Te Anau kind of north and Manapuri down to the south, and there's a little airport there, and we're going to go for there. Adam Sass is here. He says hello. David Shannon says, I want to donate. It's okay. We accept mainly organs, but don't worry, guys. Donations are not a requirement here. I really do appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. It helps put more whiskey in my cup. But keep your donations and spend them on add-ons and stuff for your flight sim. So this is our chariot for this evening. It is the Diamond DA40, and we've gone with the NG. And the tail number, Zulu Kilo. Try to say that fast after a couple of more of them. Tango Mike. I'll let you guess what the Tango Mike stands for. Whoever gets it in the chat wins a prize. That prize being, I'll say, well done. Go Dragon says, you can't have my liver. Understood. Go on. It'd be grand. Kai says, Lake Wakatipu. Love Queenstown. Absolutely. So in Queenstown there is many fantastic places, obviously, to visit. I think it was like the adventure capital of the world when I was there. I think that was 2017, I think. And it was crazy. KCG wins a prize. Well done. You got Two-Tone Murphy. Tango Tango Mike. I was very creative with my call sign for this evening. So there we have it, yes. What are we going to do? But Streamflight is here as well. Good evening to you. Bulkit X. Dangerous Brian is also here. That's quite okay, my dude. I hope you're keeping well, and I hope your return to work has been... Well, I hope it was okay. Kavicha wants to know, where are we going? We're going all over the shop. We're mainly going to stay on the... Well, we are going to stay in the South Island. We got a couple of places to check out. So our first stop is going to be down at Te Anau. Then we're going to open up to multiplayer, and we're going to head up the Lake Te Anau, and we're going to head up towards the mountains, and we're going to stop off in a place called Milford Sound. And it's amazing in real life. So I don't know how well the sim has depicted it, but we'll figure all that out once we get up there. When we're finished up in Milford Sound, we're going to track kind of northeast, across a place called Glenorchy. They filmed a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff up there. And then we're going to head to a place called Wanaka. And the airport over in Wanaka, it's one of my favourite places on the planet because there is a fantastic museum there. They have like this aircraft museum, historical aircraft, but they also have like cars and trucks and vehicles in general. And it's sweet. Absolutely fantastic. KCG says, did you bungee when you were there? No, but I thought about it, and my friends tried to convince me, and I won because I'm bigger. Andy Beeston is now hosting. Many thanks for the host, my friend. Cheers, and all that goes with it. Sláinte, thank you very much, and welcome from Andy's channel. So, yeah. I was bigger, I won, so I didn't have to bungee. But that's okay. I didn't want to. So in our machine here, I'm not terribly familiar with this aircraft. So let's see what happens, shall we? There's no kind of on-off switch, it's on the key. So we'll go ahead and turn on the batteries here. Cheers, says Andy, he's drinking red wine. I approve. Davin Crawford is here. Good evening to you, Davin. Hope you're keeping well. Kavisha says, Sri Lanka was a cool place. Nice. Ashwin Lacerado was here. Good evening to you, Ashwin. Hope you're keeping well, rather. Nico Nicholson. I lived in Christchurch for a year in 2013. Will never forget flying over the Alps. Amazing country. Oh, yeah. Real nice. Kisagia says, I drove to Wanaka, taking the short route, and went right over the Remarkables. Road was narrow, gravel, and no barriers. It was terrifying. Oh, yeah. That sounds like a whole lot of fun. The Z3 says it was cloudy and wet when I was in Milford Sound. Same as that, but it was still fine because they brought us out to the waterfalls and it didn't really matter that it was wet. So it was just grand. So we'll go ahead and get our position lights on here as well. We don't really need floodlights, but sure, we'll turn them on just for the sheer crack of it. Now we have, well, we have Johnny here, and let's hope Johnny's going to behave himself as we have a quick look outside. Do we trust him to push us back? How about a smidgen? Just a small little bit, and let's see what happens here. Hopefully it all goes well and there's not a disaster. We shall see. And don't you get Track IR for free? It's really cool. Made it up, made a video. If you need to get it, check us out. Grant, that's okay. Streamflight says, guys, if you want to check out how to get a kind of a freeware version or a workaround for Track IR, check it out. Stephen Coughlin is here. He says, hello, finally loaded and ready for multiplayer. Nice. Alan Mead says, I'm having a few well-earned beers. It's been a long week. Oh, yeah. Benny P says, looking forward to tonight's flights. Just poured my red wine. Nice. Go Dragon says, how do you like the DA40 so far? I've never used it. But be Johnny's behaving. Right, Johnny, you're doing a stellar job. Now let's not try and hit this little aircraft behind us. So I reckon that's going to be about good. Somewhere about there. Maximum effort. 10 points for Johnny. Well done. Okay, we can jump back in here now because he's done a stellar job. Bob the Minion. He says, hi, I'm Bob the Minion. Hello, Bob the Minion. I hope you're keeping well. Now, fuel. So we have let me see, that'll be off, that'll be emergency, and that'll be normal. So we'll keep it on normal, shall we? Parking brake is locked. Defrosters there in off, we don't need to worry about them. Fuel transfer, that'll be from your emergency tanks, that's okay. We have our essential bus switch, not for normal operation, so that can stay off. Our pitot heat, we'll worry about that now in a while. Avionics master is off. Grand. Okay, that kind of looks like us. So we're going to start this machine here. In order to do that, we need to find a fuel pump. Fuel pumps are alive. Parking brake is on. We're going to say clear prop. Let's try that again. Come on, Betsy. Fuel pumps. Does the fuel have to go that way? No real fuel reading with the avionics off. Let's try this. You can shush now. So take it that's off. That's not... Oh, what's this do? That's like a lock, isn't it? Okay. Fuel transfer. Interesting. Murphy, you've gone and broken the plane. That'll help if you turned on the engine master. What do you reckon? That sounds like an engine. Engine's running. If in doubt, push all the buttons. That's the only way it works. Samuel Weeks is here. We are watching while installing the game from the discs. We're midway through. Hang on in there, Samuel. It'll be fine. Nick Hines is here. I'm a Kiwi living in Ireland. Awesome to see you doing some New Zealand flying. Great pick with Wanaka. Best place in New Zealand. Nice. The Buzz is here. Good evening, Captain Murphy. Take to the skies and try not to crash. That is the objective this evening. Trying not to crash. But listen, you know, I can't guarantee it. But we'll definitely give it a shot. I'm going to guess that the VOR... Or actually, what is the squawk over in New Zealand? I'm going to hazard a guess at 7,000. Squawk. Squawk. VFR in New Zealand. This is how prepared I've come for tonight. Very good. It's 1,200. We'll take it. Panda says, I live in Hull. I want to go on holiday because it's too cold. Scott says, will you be able to get your hands on the Bravo throttle when it comes out to do a review? I surely shall hope so, yes. I want to get the Alpha yoke as well. Two things I need to pick up rather soon. Going up in a real PA-28 Warrior on Monday. I don't think I'll sleep all weekend, says DRL. Sweet. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. So VFR is going to go to altitude mode. Turn on our little machine here. We can see a bit of a flight plan already gone in. That's all good as gold to me. Altitude, initial altitude, we're going to set up to 3,500 feet. Come back here, you devil. Up to 3,500 feet. Now we don't need alternate air. Fuel transfer. Don't need that. 299 or 2. Okay, we'll take it. Flying out of Derry as well. Nice. Scott says, sweet, just got my Alpha and we'll be ordering the Bravo 1st September. Nice. Alan Mead says, I'm getting married next Friday, can't wait. Congratulations, dude. That's some serious news. I suppose you'll be streaming during the evening meals, before or after the speeches, I'd say. That'd be the best thing, but congratulations, dude. The Z3 says, are you in traffic? Not using traffic on the first flight, guys. We'll use the we'll use traffic. I'm on the European Northern server, for those of you asking, but once we get down to November, Zulu, Mike, Oscar, that's Te Anau, or Manapori. Once we get down there, we're going to do some flying. So, get our lights on here, strobes and the whole lot. Everything appears to be kind of okay, which is always a good sign. So if you're ready, I'm ready. So we're going to go ahead and deactivate our parking brake. Add a small bit of oomph here, as we get ourselves turned around gently on the ramp. Cool. So we have a nice kind of a looking business jet thingy. Now, Murphy. How do we get to where we need to get to? Alright, okay, I figured it out. Let's take the scenic route, shall we? Car 85 is here, good evening to you. Henry Gordon is here. Good evening to you, Henry. Hope you're keeping well. Andy Henderson says, made a bit of a mistake spawning in real time with live weather. It's a bit mountainous. This place is nuts. The Buzz asks, what do you think of the up-and-coming patch, Murph? They seem to have addressed much. I don't know. So they were originally to release a patch yesterday. And then there was some sort of a delay. So they announced what they were going to do yesterday. And we should have it in the next couple of days. Chev Shelius is here. Good evening to you, Chev. So yeah. We shall continue on our little ramble here. One thing I'll never forget, guys, when I landed in Queenstown and you get off the plane, and like it's a long old spin from Ireland over across, but anyway, once you get there and you get off the plane on the ramp at Queenstown, it was cold. It was in our summertime, Irish summertime, so their wintertime, and the height of these mountains that surround the airport, frightening, and even the approach coming in, absolutely amazing looking. So like these mountains, they are massive, and they're usually snow-capped. And my skill level isn't up there yet, but we probably will do some sort of snow flights coming up soon. As we get ourselves turned here, we continue on our taxi. Now this little strip we're on, it's notified as a runway, but I think it's only for kind of very small aircraft. So what we're going to do, we continue on, we come to a kind of like a T-junction further up ahead. We're going to turn up to the right, and we're going to take off from down here, so we go straight over Queenstown. That is the plan. Queenstown? Queenstown. Don't say Queensland. They don't like that. Mock Brick is here. What's the airport name? It's Queenstown, so it's NZQN, November Zulu, Quebec, November. We'll just hang it right here as we make our way around. So this airport is one of the handcrafted ones. I'm unsure what version it comes with. If you guys want to enlighten me below in the chat. I think it's in the standard version, but I could be wrong. Panda says his stream is lagging. Well, that's not good. Is it on YouTube or Twitch? Must be YouTube. Let me know how it's all looking and sounding, guys, if it's okay. There's very little I can do. We're going to taxi up Alpha here. It's a long old taxi, this. And the grass, Murph. You won't get your license this way. Twitch is fine. Seems okay for the guys on Twitch. Okay. The Z3 says, I heard an F-15, 18 and 14 and the Concorde are inbound. Yes, yes they are. Stream is grand. Good stuff. And maybe hit the old refresh button. Hopefully that'll solve your woe. But yeah, it's going to be strange to have kind of military jets. Now I also saw a new 737-400. I saw some pictures there during the week, and it looks absolutely epic. Jordan Walsh is here. Good evening to you. There's always one. I'm at the holding point for runway 23. Nice. But again, I have traffic kind of turned off just on the first leg, just so the L system can kind of calmly bed itself in. That's the hope, anyway. But yeah, so in Queenstown, some of the pubs, there's a pub called, is it 1757 or 1857? It has a number anyway. It could be something else. But we spent a lot of time during the day in one of them pubs, and we had like 3 dinners. A group of Irish lads in New Zealand. What are you going to do? And then we went to another great pub down by the waterfront, or just up from it, called Pogue Mahone's. And if any of you guys have been in there, or if you know the area, it is excellent. 1857, says Jordan. That's the one. Great spot. And then Pogues as well. Absolutely fantastic. And if you drink enough Guinness, you get your name put up on the wall. I didn't get my name put up on the wall, but a buddy of mine did. Daniel says, I saw that on a stream. The images of the 400. Yeah, it looks really good. Good evening to the Colonel Fork 85. Many thanks for the raid, my friend. And to all your viewers, you're all very much welcome aboard here on a Friday evening. We're on the ground here down in Queenstown over in New Zealand. And we're just going to do some kind of local flying around Southland. Kia ora and all that good stuff. Jordan says, had my 19th there. Nice. Okay, so we're about to come on to runway 23 here. Look at the scenery, it's biblical. Okay, get ourselves lined up here. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, sync our heading bugs. Quick check before go. Lights are on, squawk is running, fuel and everything is good to go. Right. Tashe Gohan. Power's coming in. Keeping an eye on our load and RPM. Airspeed very much alive. Keep it on the centre line. We're going to look here for 60 knots on our rollout. We don't need flaps because the runway is massive. Famous last words. There's 55, we're getting light. There's 60, we're very light. Now it's coming up. You devil it. And we're airborne. Not the Cirrus, no, this is the Diamond DA40NG. They also do a diesel model of this. But I went for the NG for that extra 5 knots and, well, a tiny little bit more altitude. Now, luckily enough, on this leg, we don't need to do an awful lot of climbing. Okay, so, jump down here. Flight director can come on. Turn our heading over here slightly. That'll do. We're going to set for 3,500 feet, which is fine. We're going to go autopilot on, heading mode, vertical speed mode. And we're going to keep a climb here at 500 feet. And that's the plan. So if all is looking well... Is there a smaller way of turning that heading bug? Yeah, I think we're okay. Chippy A is here. He says, stayed in the house off Frankton Road in February, just off to the right here. Had great views of incoming aircraft. Nice. Niall Rooney is here. Hi Murph. Good evening from lovely Leitrim. New Zealand looks very cool. It surely does. Now it's a little bit bouncy. Keep an eye on the old RPMs here as well, Murph. As we just dial this back ever so slightly. Keeping our speed up around 100 knots. That's going to be all groovy. At this stage, we can kind of disappear me, hop out, and get some shots. Colonel says, the weather looks much nicer than I was flying through. So you have Queenstown back here, and then you have a nice drive, and up the top of either this or this mountain, there's like an activity centre, and it's awesome. So quick check on our VFR here. Let me see. Right, don't get lost, Murph. But we need to kind of go around these mountains to the left. Hardy 46 is here. He says, easy Murph, the game never fails to impress. Oh yeah. E-Core is here. Llama in the sky. Mark Brick says, I just loaded in the airport you're about right now, but I decided to watch your stream instead. Maybe I could learn something from your learnings, because mine are often very rough. Oh, it's going to be very rough here too, dude. Very rough. But that's okay. Okay, so we continue on here. We're going to swing around here to the right. That's basically what we want to do. If we open our little VFR map here, I want to follow around. Come hither, you slither. I want to follow around the lake all the way down. And this area here is Kingston. We're going to fly over Kingston. And we're going to work our way down this valley, stay in the green until we get down to kind of, you know, Mossburn or Five Rivers. Then we're going to swing over to the right-hand side and do our approach in from here. So Te Anau is just here, and Manapora is just down here. And then after that we're going to fly on up over Te Anau. And Milford Sound is just in here, I think. It could be there, but I think it's in here. But we'll find out. And then we're going to cut back across. This is Glenorchy just in here. And then Wanaka, I think, is somewhere here. Talk about a plan. Benny P says, can you compare Switzerland with New Zealand in terms of nature? I don't know. Like, I mean, I've been in Switzerland as well, and it's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but New Zealand for me, it's like they got kind of Kerry, Cavan and Leitrim, and like, I don't know, like the cliffs of Moher, and put them on the Ovaltine, or like, you know, fed them energy drinks for a couple of years, and then, yeah, it's absolutely jaw-droppingly even beautiful, absolutely amazing. Bad Dog is here. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you're keeping well. Mr. Spoon, have you ever tried landing at Isafjordur? I can't say that I have. I must have a look at it though. Mark Brick says, I hope that Asobo Studios or third-party developers will make a ray tracing mod to make the sim even more impressive. I'd say we're going to have to wait a while until it's better optimized, and I think the hardware then needs to catch up. So we've leveled off here 3,500 feet. Trying to keep an eye on the RPMs. There's no way to kind of reduce them, because we just have like a single throttle. Our trim is looking good. And I think there is a bit of a bug here because it's not moving it in single degrees. But it's fine. Mr. Gia says you can be on glaciers in the morning, on the beach in the afternoon in New Zealand. Absolutely. Dazza says won't be on multiplayer tonight, but will be watching. That's okay, Dazza. No problem at all. I will look forward to our next flight together, though. Jerry says, hi Murph, if the wind is set to 0, should the plane be very stable with very little movement? Depending on where you're flying. So even if you have the wind turned off and like gusting and everything else, if you're flying over like a valley like this, you're going to have not so much thermal activity, but you might have, you know, downdrafts or updrafts, depending on what, you know, the pressure is doing and the clouds and all that kind of good stuff. Chippy says, I totally agree. My daughter now lives between Queenstown and Arrowtown. One day I'll be joining her out there, I hope. Nice. Yeah, Arrowtown is pretty sweet as well. So as we continue on our flight here, RPM is now behaving itself. Mr. Spin said, can I post a link? Yeah, work away, dude. Catstrader has the best kind of rules when it comes to any sort of a stream. You know, people say, don't do this, don't do that, don't say this, don't say that. And I'm all for it. Like, I mean, let's keep it somewhat respectable. But his rules are, don't be an idiot. Now, I don't want to exactly put that up on my stream because, well, I don't want to copy the cat, but like, to see what I did there, copy the cat. But at the same time, guys, just don't be an idiot. But if you have a link that's, you know, going to be interesting for the rest of us to have a look at, belt away. Also, we have a Discord. Just gone into the chat there now. So feel free to post any medias you might have. How do you trim the left and right bank? My X52 always goes left with torque but never trims. So you're looking for aileron trim. So if you go into your options, go to controls, go to, I think, a secondary flight controls, select trims, and you're looking for aileron trim, left or right. That usually does it. So we continue on course. Philip Breen says, Murph, can't remember when you said you'll be open for multiplayer. Is it at the next airport? Yes. So the airport we're going to is Te Anau or Manapori, but I'll give you the ICAO code, which is November Zulu Mike Oscar. Mark Dixon is here. Good evening to you, Mark. Happy Friday and thanks for joining us. Jordan Walt says, New Zealand is Ireland turned up to 100. Oh yeah. UK Bay says, Murph, did you see my Aer Lingus pushback tug skin on Discord? No, I didn't. I must have a look though. That sounds pretty cool. You made a skin for a tug? Nice. Go Dragon says, don't be an idiot can be a very difficult rule to follow for some of us. Squishy Powers, I love that name. What do you use to edit your videos and make intros? I use Adobe Premiere Pro, or Premiere Pro, depending on what side of the Atlantic. Brad Barnley is here. He says, thoughts on the lack of real patches or updates? Give it time, Brad. The sim has only been released. Today is its 10th day in actual existence. They were expecting to have a patch out yesterday. Something is causing a delay, but they do promise they'll have something up and running within 7 days. Cockney John says, hi Murph, what sort of level of skill do you have to join in? Well, Cockney John, the skill level required to fly in Microsoft Simulator. Can you operate a door handle? And that could be with either your head, your hands, or your feet. If you can master that, you're in. Okay, so this area we're flying over now, this is called Kingston. And I have a cool photograph. The photograph I put on YouTube earlier on was me standing below at Kingston, looking up, back up towards Queenstown. And over here, they have the remains of some of the railroad. So they have a couple of carriages and stuff here in the corner. And it's just really nice. And I've never seen ever in the history of any place ever such clear water as you have down here. Absolutely phenomenal. And like, it's not a busy place. There was no one there. Like, there's no tourists hanging around. Down here you have, do they have the train carriages modelled? That'll be interesting. You can kind of see them there. Mind the mountains here, Murph. This is the sort of place it's going to keep you on your toes. You can kind of see how the valley is laid out in front of us. So we're going to fly down through the valley, keep the mountains on our left and on our right. Keep it between the ditches, if you will. Squishy Power says, thanks, I have free access to that. Time to learn. Squishy, if you want, hit me up on Discord, man. Anything I know, I'd be happy to share. I'm kind of self-taught, and only because, well, I watch a lot of guys who use Premiere Pro. Peter McKinnon would be one of them. Brad says, you're not wrong. Just most games I play aren't this buggy after proper release. It depends where the bugs are coming from. Like, certainly they've achieved what they wanted to, I think, in the first release, whereby they can show off the planet and you can kind of get into a plane and start exploring. Any of the high fidelity simulations, be it with, you know, using SimConnect to use your iPad or use, you know, like a tablet for real world tracking, be it with Demon, is it? So, Sky Demon or Forflight, a little bit messy at the minute. But in saying that, give it just a small bit of time and we're going to be good. Alan says it looks stunning. It just does. Absolute beautiful part of the country here. Jared wants to know, what plane are you thinking of flying on multiplayer? Something with high performance but nothing too fast. It's going to be somewhere between a TBM and possibly a Caravan. Or I might even take the 182 from Coronado. Only because it's going to require a good shot of power to get us relatively high, relatively quickly. Now, if memory serves me, we need to follow this area here to the left. So we shall go left. Philip Breen says, take a 747. Time Lord Flight is here. Hello from Munster. Hello, Time Lord. I hope you're keeping well, my dude. Colonel Fork says, I'm happy to wait a bit longer for a stable update. That fixes more problems and doesn't cause more. I agree 100%. Goat Dragon says, I vote everyone flies a TBM and we book it through the stratosphere. So, where my buddy was living, he was running a ranch or a farm. And he was a good kind of 40-minute drive from civilization. And it was insane. We'll actually fly over it here now in a while. Irish Pilot 94 is here. He says, hello from England. Hello from Ireland. I hope you're keeping well, my dude. Turner 296 is here. What joystick and throttle am I using? Good evening, Turner. I use the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog. That's a joystick and throttle. And it's good. It's really good. Dangerous Brian in the house says, guys, if you like what Murphy is streaming, why not support him and hit the like button? It costs nothing. Many thanks, Dangerous Brian. And yeah, I agree, I encourage and I applaud. Go Dragon says, can you give us an estimate on when you anticipate you'll be starting multiplayer flight? I would envisage somewhere within 30 minutes. We are T-minus 30 minutes, give or take. Look at the state of that view. It's so pretty up here. Philip says, I will keep trying every stream until one day you agree with the 747. Even though I have no idea to fly one. That makes two of us. I hope Aer Lingus gets 747s again, says Turner. It's hard to know, dude. As far as I know, they've put in an order for an A350. And they're also running the A330. And there's talk also of an A321 coming into the fleet, which will give it amazing range. The Neo version of the 21, I believe. Now, I could be wrong, but I think the, well, any of the kind of major airlines are all in a spot of bother in Europe. But we'll see. Positive Rate is here. Good evening to you. He says, do you think I should get X-Plane 11 or Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 for learning how to fly a plane? Okay, so if you're looking for a higher simulation experience, at the moment X-Plane has the edge in terms of the simulation and systems modelling at the moment. Now that's before obviously we get a patch here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The main things for learning how to fly an aircraft, you won't get the sense of the actual flying of an aircraft in a flight sim. You get a little, but not a whole lot. Actually, when you're sat in a GA aircraft and you're in control of it, it's vastly different than what you've experienced in a sim. In terms of the familiarity with, you know, where everything is in the aircraft, you'll pick it up fairly quick. You know, depending on the aircraft you're going to be flying in or doing your training, they tend to be maybe a Cessna 152 or 172 or maybe even a PA-28 or that. So you're going to be using steam gauges, unless of course it's a very modern school and you're going the professional route. Mike is here. Good evening, Mike. How are you? Fergal is here as well. How's it going? So with X-Plane, they would simulate a lot of the kind of walk-around procedures. It'll get you familiarization, obviously, with the starter procedures, some of the emergency procedures. But I think the main advantage of training when it comes to flight simulation has to be ATC. It gives you, it trains you how to multitask, whereby, you know, keep the aircraft at a heading, situational awareness, know where you're going. Know what state the aircraft is at, how to calculate your fuel, how to interpret your charts and navigational aids, how to speak and how to listen to your ATC. That's what a flight sim can teach you, and like, if you can learn that stuff, it will have huge benefits to when you actually get into the real world airplane, because once you figure out how to, you know, how the mechanics of the aircraft work, and the, you know, once you figure out how it feels to fly. And like a plane is like, it's people say I'm mad when I say this, but it's very similar to a boat. They're not like a car. It's not on wheels. It's not on a track. They move and they bob and they weave and they go up and down and they roll, and there's a lot of movement in it. And you have to allow the aircraft to fly. You can't just try and hold it perfectly zero. It's not going to happen. So what Microsoft Flight Sim is doing, if you look at the screen, we're kind of bouncing around, and we're, you know, the nose goes up and it goes down, and we're pitching left and right and whatever. That's fairly close to what the aircraft actually does, which is interesting. Anyway, that's my rant over. I hope that helps. Zico is here. Good evening to you, Zico. I hope you're keeping well, my friend. The guys are saying that Aer Lingus cancelled the A350s. That's a bummer. Fergal says 747s are dead. Every airline except for cargo are dumping them. Yeah. Turner says, and the 321s LRs are in. Oh, nice. The long-range ones are in. Sweet. Virgin Atlantic, British Airways and Qantas are done with the 74s. Aer Lingus aren't getting the 350s ever. Oh, that's a pity. Kazuchika says, enjoying VFR flights is super though in Flight Sim 2020. It really is. The fidelity of understanding landmarks and how to fly, and the weather is also amazing, because even, okay, forget the real world weather because we all know it's kind of broken, but even if you just set up like generic weather, it still moves depending on the wind and whatever else. And when you fly into an area, well, the weather could be changing, and you know, Austin has a big fixation on this over an X-plane, whereby you're kind of working against the weather. You have to beat the weather if you're trying to get to a location, and you're looking at a weather system coming in that could be bringing like wind or low visibility or turbulence or whatever. That's all part of flying as well. Speaking of which, the actual official NOTAMs for this area report of severe turbulence, which is interesting, but I can't get the real weather working. Jordan Wall says, it would be cool if they did the same for cars. Oh yeah. Colonel Fork says, air moves. When I rode in a B-17, it was hard to walk around while it was flying. The air is alive. Dude, you were in a B-17? And it flew? Nice. Colonel, I envy you very much right now. Benny P says, I flew with a Tu-204 at Air Corio last year, and indeed, that flies like a boat. Nice. Zico asks, is multiplayer off? For the moment, yes. Once we get down to our first stop, we'll be turning it on. Don't worry, I'll give you guys plenty of time to load in and check it out. The airport in which multiplayer for the stream will be activated on is November Zulu Mike Oscar. I think it's Manapori in New Zealand, which is just south of Te Anau. So a quick check on our instruments and systems here. Temperatures and pressures are in the green. We're getting a decent fuel burn. We're doing about 110 knots, which is just fine. Ground speed about 113. We're holding at 3,500 feet. And yeah, everything is looking tickety-boo. A nice plane this. I like the diamonds. They are most definitely pretty. And we go left a little bit here. So my buddy's farm, let's see, we're very close to it. Is it around here somewhere? Oh no, there it is. It's just down here. And it was amazing. Colonel Fork says, got a video of it on my YouTube. I will definitely check that out, dude. Fergal says, when I took a flight lesson, I didn't tell the instructor I was a simmer, but halfway through the flight he turned and asked me if I was. He said that being able to keep it straight and level was a giveaway. Yeah, absolutely. Like, my advice to you, if you're going for, you know, a discovery flight, get them to treat you as if you're an absolute noob, and the reason being is they'll kind of appreciate what you're doing in the aircraft if you're familiar with some of the dials and switches, and you know, but it's what they're going to teach you will override what you've learned in the sim. Man, that's crazy detailed. That's where my buddy was working. I drove a quad bike around this area here at a rate of knots that, from my perspective, it was extremely fast. From my buddy's video, it looked like that scene out of The Simpsons with the really tall guy in the Beetle. Even the very tall have to drive, but that's what it looked like. But I was giving it socks. And I remember when we built this lake kind of a thing, and we had sheep up in it, so his house was just here, and you get up in the morning, like when it's dark, you ramble down, that's the milking parlour here, and all the different paddocks. He would be so impressed with this. And probably, he's back in Ireland now, I'd say he misses it so much. And then we had to come down the main road here, and there's a field in this way here, and I couldn't open the gate. And he made fun of me for the remainder of our trip, because I couldn't open the gate. It's hard to find good staff. But yeah, that's the farm. I drove a quad bike around that. I broke the land speed record. You know, I was racing cows, but that's not the point. I was faster than they were. So we're looking good here. We're going to continue on, then we're going to make a right turn, meander around. Let me see. So we're going to cross some mountains. So we're going to make a right turn down this neck of the woods. Because we can't go too much further. We could go all the way around. And then all the way back in again, but... we'll see. Alan Mead says, I'm doing my PPL in Weston. Nice. Turner296 said, it was hard to sit in a DC-3 while it was flying. Dude, you were in a DC-3 while I was flying. I'm just like, wow. I was in many DC-3s, but never flying. Mockbrick says, I think it would be awesome have a car in the game just to drive around because the terrain is mostly pretty detailed. Yeah. Scott says, I do too. Wish they had some rentals here where I live. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Turner says, was at the Bray Air Show. Nice. Robin is here. Good evening to you. He says, where stays the Xbox version? I'm dying. I reckon it's going to be out nearer to Christmas. Yeah, Weston is a nice airfield or aerodrome or airport to fly in and out of. But if you ever get the chance, guys, landing on a grass strip, it's always more challenging, especially if the weather is against it. It's hard to see it. The Ormond Flying School in Burr, Offaly, they just got their hands on a newer Cessna 172. For those of you who are interested, they do flying there most weekends. They do discovery flights. They do half an hour or hour lessons as well. I only know it because it's only up the road. G4K is here. Good evening to you. He says, is the patch out yet? Not just yet, my dude. It should be out somewhere between now and next Friday. They've had some sort of a hold-up with it, but keep the faith. Hopefully the patch will address all the issues we were having, in particular with the VNAV and some of the autopilot issues. And there is talk of a few optimizations along the way, and they're also going to try and target some of the other bugs with SimConnect. Okay, so we're going to make a right turn kind of roughly in the vicinity of Manapuri, which is over towards Te Anau. So far, I have to say, I'm really impressed with the scenery. I would have expected a lot more clouds kind of burnt onto the scenery here. I'm sure we'll get it in a while, but at the minute, it looks pretty good. Keith Roberts here. Hello there, Murphy. Don't often watch flight sims, but I'm sub to you, and I always enjoy tuning in when I see you on. Keep it up. Much love. Many thanks, my dude. Delighted that you're enjoying the streams, and delighted that you can join us for our Friday night stream. Wesley Hartford is here. Good evening, Wesley. The patch is coming out next week. That's what I hear. Scott says, I've been hearing that it's mainly with SimConnect and the loading bug that's keeping some folks from being able to play it. Most everything else to come. Yeah, so all the installation issues, and again, like, this is a huge kind of a test when it comes from installing the actual sim. They figured out that the streaming works in terms of downloading the regions that you fly into, which means that's going to accelerate the console release, because that was the biggest worry that they had, stress on the server pulling down the data. That seems to be working. So they've encountered problems where they probably didn't think they were going to have problems, and that was the initial install. Turner says, I hope to fly the F-18 in the US Air Force. That would be so sweet. Wesley Harper says, hey Murphy, what's your favourite plane in Microsoft Flight Sim? At the moment, I would have to say, I do love the Cessna 172. The DA-62 is really nice. The Grand Caravan is really nice. The Savage Cub, I absolutely adore that thing. I think it's fantastic. Yeah, so far the 172 and probably the Savage Cub at the moment. What about you, dude? What's your favourite? So let's have a look here, shall we? So visually, as we're flying, we have well, we have these big mountains here. So I reckon we can kind of slope in this side and then kind of meander in behind it. Or we could go up this way and meander around that way, which would be up here, which does look less challenging. But we'll ramble in here first and see what happens, said he, the safe pilot. Stephen Cochran says, I seem to have gotten the co-pilot to fly. How do I turn it off? Stephen, if you watch your screen right now, go to the top, go to AI control, and make sure these guys are all to the left, as you see them here. So top of the screen, hit the AI control, and make sure these are all to your left. Then you're good to go. Kizzy says, I've only really flown the 152. It's what I did my PPL in, so it's so very nostalgic, I can imagine. I was kind of, well, I'm too much of a human to fit into the 152. My instructor would have had to be in like a feather. But yeah, beautiful looking airplane. They're small, and I really like the 172, just with that extra bit of kind of leg room and shoulder room. Mike UK says, I wonder if you've done any streams around Alaska. Beautiful part of the world around Glacier Bay. I must definitely check it out. I want to go up to Sitka and I want to go to Bella Coola, just to do my comparisons against X-Plane. But yes, 100%. That would be hard since the US Air Force doesn't have F-18s. Oh. Would it be the US Navy who use them? Turner asks, is there liveries you can put on the planes? Yes, there are some now in the community side, if you just do a Google for it. Now Murph, this is going to get fierce interesting, fierce quick. Let's see how this turns out, shall we? We're going to go over this little ridge here, and hopefully we don't make a hames of it. We're going through the mountains. Kizajia says, I am small. Well then, that's okay. Wesley says, I have a couple, the X-Cub, the Caravan and the TBM, and both the Diamonds. Yeah, the Diamonds are pretty sweet. Look at the state of the scenery. Isn't it amazing how they've done the trees? Echo India is here. Good evening to you, my friend. You're very welcome to tonight's stream. On our last flight, we flew with the Echo India, Juliet, Oscar, Romeo. Okay, stand by, because this is going to get a bit fun. So the terrain is very high there. I reckon we turn right now and slope around this way as we find our way through angry terrain. This is kind of half bush flying experience. G4K, are you on autopilot? I surely am. Go Dragon says, wherever you do go, be sure to meander and ramble. Absolutely. How's this looking, Murph? Looking kind of dodge, isn't it? We're okay. We're on top of it. Fear not. Back a smidgen. Yeah, see that with the autopilot? It's like moving a number of degrees at a time. Now we could have went down that way. That would have been easier. But we're grand for the minute. Scott says, I feel your pain, Murph. I used to play with a controller, friends, when flying, and would say, Cherokee 2-1 Papa Heavy. The Navy and the Marines operate the F-18s. Nice. Turner asks, is there any Aer Lingus liveries? Yes, they've done an Aer Lingus livery for the A320. Pretty cool. Kenneth says, Canadians and Aussies as well. Kyle D. Aviation is here. Can you do another Ireland video? Surely will. So I started a new series of Ireland. I intend to cover all 32 counties of the island of Ireland. I started off with Antrim and Armagh. Next up is going to be Carlow and Cavan. Go Dragon says, you are flying on the North Europe server, correct? Correct. Wesley Hartford says, next stream or so, can we do a bit of multiplayer bush flying? 100%, Wes. If you want to jump in on this one, there will be multiplayer, and it's kind of bush flying because we're going to head up to Milford Sound. And depending on your aircraft, well, you might make it. So we shall see. Niall Breslin is here. How's it going, Murph? Just in from GAA training. Great way to put the feet up and relax with the stream. I like to hear that, Niall. You're very welcome, and I hope the training was good this evening. Echo India says, did my first solo in Echo India Juliet Oscar Romeo. Did most of my hours in it. Then I went for an unplanned service the day before my check ride. Oh, I had a sister though. Echo India Delta Delta Alpha for the flight. The only thing was, it wasn't fuel injected. You'd better believe I was staring at the carpet. Was that a 172 or was it a Diamond? Go Dragon says, bush flying in a TBM or other high-speed plane? You want to go for something a little bit smaller. Oh, it was an R44. Nice. One of Celtic's ones up by Weston there, I'd say, was it? Okay, we're bumpy, but look at the scenery. Beautiful. Dico asks, do you know the best stunt plane in the sim? So in terms of holy moliness, the 152 Aerobat, then go for the extra 330 or the Pitts. That's the biplane, the red one. All equally nuts. Go Dragon says, what weather settings are you on, Murphy? No, the live ones aren't working, Go Dragon. So I'm just using a preset of few clouds. Scott says, oh yeah, the Cap 10 is pretty good as well. That's a tail dragger. The Cap 10 is actually great for just general lurking around in. Okay, left turn coming up here, Murph. Good. Leslie says, I'm doing some school work right now, but will you still be streaming in about an hour? Yeah, boy. We surely will. The cloud looked like a rubber duck. Echo India says, I dare you to try a mid-air restart if the stream gets quiet. Does it let you land anywhere, for example a suitable field, says Mike UK? It certainly does. But you want to fly over it first and just check on the terrain, because there could be a hidden dip or a hill and it'll launch it. Gold Dragon says, it's 3 p.m. here in the States. Is that too early to bust out the whiskey for a multiplayer? It's never too early. Kyle D Aviation says, the scenery is class in Flight Sim. It really is. It's absolutely stunning. So the airport is over here to our right hand side where the lake is. So we're going to meander over that direction there now. There's the runway. So we can go ahead and disengage our autopilot as we make our approach down towards Manapuri. Such a beautiful looking country, isn't it? Look at the state of that. Philip Breen says, I made a manual cache, but I don't want to use manual. Anyone know how to delete it? I just want to stream it. Just turn cache off. That should do it. So we'll power back here, start our descent. Stephen Collins is here. Evening, Murphy. Good evening, Stephen. Hope you're keeping well, my dude. Happy Friday. We made it to the weekend. Alan Mead says, I'm going to try Atlantic Air Adventures in Shannon to fly a 737 flight sim as part of my Irish honeymoon. I've been down there and I've tried that sim. It's very good. Atlantic Aviation, I believe, just have taken receipt of an ex-Irish Air Corps Reims rocket 172. That will be very cool to watch. They also have a Cessna, I think is it a 337? You know, the one that has like 2 propellers, one on the front, one on the back? They have one of them down there as well. Neil Smullen is here. Good evening, Neil. He says, if you could have one today, would you get a PS5 or a Series X? I would say a Series X, only because, well, if you didn't have a PC, the Series X is going to run Microsoft Flight Sim. Colonel Fork says, I like the 337 Mixmaster. Yeah, pretty cool. Did you bring your grog along? Sticky Rice is here. Good vibes. Good morning. It's great to wake up to live streaming with a great simulator. You're very welcome along, my dude. I hope you're keeping well. NDC Let's Play is here as well. Top of the morning to you. As we're making our approach here into... It's Te Anau, but it's actually down in Manapuri. So we'll see. So we can bring our throttle back here, get ourselves into the little white arc so we can deploy some flaps. We are a little bit high, but as you can see, plenty of runway. Neil Smullen says, where in Dublin am I from? Where would that be? The southwest, I suppose? Jugglehead has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. You're very welcome along. Bunch of flaps here as well, just on our final approach. Just to make it all kind of interesting, I suppose. Runway 26, keep it on the centre line. Eyes now go to the end of the runway. Watch for the flare. There's a bit of a hill right in the middle of the runway, but that's okay. 75 knots. Just over the keys. Start bleeding off the speed. There's contact. And on the front. Well, this airport is pretty. Alan Mead says, Murph, is the Atlantic Flight Sim a moving one or stationary? It's stationary. But don't let that fool you. It's still very immersive. Go Dragon says, when I fly during the day, I have to close my curtains and shut out all the sun from my room, like a mole person, so my track IR doesn't glitch out. Do you have a scheduled flight for tomorrow? Because I have idea. Nothing scheduled for tomorrow. I have to get a haircut tomorrow. We have stuff to do. I never turned on the camera for dramatic effect, but it wasn't very dramatic. But we're here. Okay, bring our flaps back in. Something tells me this little airport is going to get very busy very quick. What's that over there? A whole load of planes. It doesn't really matter where we kind of abandon this thing because we're going to change our aircraft. Oh look, there's a PC-12. Nice. Now the fact that they've modelled that as AI, do we then start believing or thinking that they're going to actually release a PC-12? Because one way of a dead giveaway... hi Van, what's happening, dude? Go on, you're okay. Go on, go on, go on, go on. If I had lights, I'd flash you. Go on, you're okay. Go on, stay going. Park and brake coming on. So if we go to our drone camera, zero this guy in. Let's have a look at this, because if they have Pilatus wrote it, it would definitely give some sort of an indication that it's licensed. They don't. But I will say this. It's incredibly detailed for a static airplane, isn't it? So, welcome to this. Oh, hang on. There, no. Ah, come on, Murphy. You nearly had it. Wait now. Wait, wait. There, no. No, no. You could just press the button to make everything not as sensitive. Hang on, I'll press that button. Come down here, and come down here. Yes. So if anyone's joining the stream now, I'd be like, so, I'm in this PC-12, you know? And they like, where did he get that? But I'm actually just sat in a AI airplane. Go Dragon says, you said November Zulu Mike India. No, I didn't. I said November Zulu Mike Oscar. That's for multiplayer. Neil says, do you have a background in aviation or are you just a fan of it? I have a bit of a background in aviation and I'm very much a fan of it. I grew up in Baldonnel in the encasement aerodrome. Actually, I was baptised in the church. Baptised or christened or the true water on my head. Just joined. Is he in a PC-12? See, it worked. Good evening, Simon Campbell-Smith. I'm in a PC-12, but a caveat to this is, hang on, we just morph ourselves out. It's an AI parked aircraft. Aircraft? Yeah, aircraft. But I just thought it looked kind of cool. So people are saying, oh my god, where did they get the PC-12? I didn't. It's just AI traffic that's already part of the sim. Meanwhile, I'm burning true simulated Jet A fuel, which can't be good. So, landing lights, taxi lights, and our strobes need to come off. Avionics master can come off. We can cut our fuel or cut the mags. Let's go engine master. There's the engine coming off. Nicely done. And battery off. Sweet. So we've made it on our first little trip. PC-12, that'll be cool. Thinking of flying around the Dominican Republic. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Clear prop! Crash truck is gone too. Yeah, so that's the Diamond DA40NG. Jet A powered. That's not a bad little airplane. At all. So, let me see. Who's up for a bit of multiplayer? So let us go to the main menu. Mark and Tell is here. Hi Murph, good to see you. Hope all is well. Very good, Mark. Happy Friday, dude. I do hope you're keeping well. Turner296 says, I'm going to have to go, but nice chat, Murphy. Thanks for the laugh. No problem, Turner. You take it easy out there, and we'll see you on the next one. Philip Green says, I'm ready to join. Karen Niles says, I flew from London to JFK. Halfway, it goes into the P menu. I don't know what I did to touch anything. Why would this happen? It went to the... Is it the pause menu? Benny says, the PC-12 looks great compared with the A330 with the pointy nose. Candace says, what are you flying? We are flying the DA40, so we're going to change things up here a little bit. I want speed and power. So what's really handy, the aircraft we're in at the moment is this guy. So any aircraft you select on, see the way it goes kind of like green or red. So we're looking for things to be a lot faster. So the DA62 is fast and it can go to 20,000 feet. The TBM is very fast and it can go to 31,000 feet. A Cirrus SR22, that's not bad. 150 knots or 17,500 feet. The 182, 145 knots or 20,000 feet. It would just be ridiculous to go in any of them because you won't get them on the ground in Milford Sound. It's a small runway. A King Air? Maybe. 172 is going to be lesser. Grand Caravan? Possibly. A jet, going to be too fast. So I'm thinking the Grand Caravan or the TBM. Andy Henderson says North Europe server. Yeah, 100%. Dangerous Brian, too scared. I've seen you do this before. Alan Mead through the super chat 229. Many thanks, my dude. He says, great stream tonight, Murph. Loving it. Happy Friday. I don't know why them notifications aren't coming through. No, that's not it. Why are the notifications not working? Stand by. Let's see if we can fix this. Because that's kind of annoying. Alert box. Let's see. Oh, that's the other platform. Jump out of this for a sec. And we jump on this side. And we go in here. Bear with me now, we're getting there, guys. We're making progress. So let's see. Sure, we'll go with the TBM, so you twist my arm. Come here, TBM. There you are. ATC options, we'll change this. Oh no, I like that. We'll go with that. Liveries, weight and balance, fill her up. Aircraft selection, not only the one livery. Close. Departure airport is going to be... Look at all the dudes down there already. New Zealand. Mike Oscar. Manapori. Zoom in for details. Let us park at the side here. Ramp 8 set as departure. And our arrival is going to be up to Milford Sound. Now, our plan is we're going to fly up the lake and then cut across. Because it will take longer than 9 minutes, don't worry. Because there's a lot of zigzagging to go around. Flight conditions. So we're going to go to all players. Air traffic leave that off. Weather and time is preset. We're flying 3:15 in a few clouds. Guinness Lover wants to be your friend. That makes sense on every level of everything. Automatic North Europe. That's what I'm going for. And I'll leave that on. So you guys want to go on the Northern Europe. Now, is this gadget working? Alert box. And let's go down to here. Let's go down to here and send. Okay, so it should be working. Interesting. It sounds like double, so they are working. So let's hide that and go back into my little dashboard. Yes. Marty's here. Good evening to you, Marty. Hope you're keeping well, my dude. I have a blue livery on my TBM. Hopefully it displays. Can anyone at the airport confirm? Philippine says 747 Murph. Trust me, it'll be totally fine. I love how fast the TBM can stop on the runway with reverse thrust, says Goat Dragon. Well, that's a good point. We're good to go. Let's go flying, shall we? Look north of Queenstown on the map. Let's see how this all works, shall we? Junkie Cat is here. He says, fly to the Shire. I approve. Oh, look at all the planes. It's going to be nuts. Okay. So we're parked up. Give the same a couple of minutes to kind of figure out what it's doing. Jim Oates is here. Good evening to you. He says, greetings, mate. Hope all is well with you and yours. Same with you, Jim. Happy Friday. And many thanks for joining us. Was there like some sort of a, group discount at the Dahar TBM factory? Well, we have a further more 2 TBMs on the ramp. Yikes. Mark Dixon says, what's in the mug tonight, Murph? We've gone for the triple distilled Jameson. For relaxing times. Okay. Hi, TBM. Robin here. Let's see what we can do. Crash bar comes up. That should give power into our lair shield. Usually we get standby power on, not to worry. Battery on, please. It's alive. Go ahead and get our nav lights on just to let people know that we're going to be doing something. It looks like Jemima's back. Now, Jemima, Johnny did an excellent job earlier on. Don't fail us now. That's a lot of TBM. Burnsy is here. Good evening to you. Does CPU affect load times because I have the same installed on an NVMe SSD and yours loaded far quicker than mine? I can hear a TBM. I don't really know. Like, mine is also on an NVMe. So CPU, it will affect with some sort of loading because your CPU will have an impact and also your RAM. Oh, there's TBMs everywhere. This should be like, well, I have to say the ground crew are absolutely behaving themselves as we get ourselves pushed back here. Don't hit the fuel truck. He's hit the fuel truck. Kablamo. And remember, guys, don't be an idiot. Behave. We'll all take our time. We'll all get airborne. And we'll all head up to Milford Sound. As an engine starts up in the background. Kieran says, it goes out to the main menu when I do long flights. Scott says, do you have it on an M2? It is. Junkie Cat says, Gentleman's Jack is so good. It so is. It's getting loud out. Okay. Let me see. What is your multiplayer name so I can join? D Two-Tone Murphy, all uppercase. But it's not a group, so if you just go to all players in your multiplayer setup, jump onto the European North server, and we're there. More RAM would definitely help. TBM doesn't need a pushback, they got reverse. He may be loading from a SATA SSD. It is possible. Park and brake, yeah, that's okay. That's good to know. Now, let us see. Up here, we need to do some stuff. Gens don't need to worry about ignition. Okay, auxiliary fuel pump goes to auto. Fuel select to auto. AP trims can come on. Pulse lights, don't need them now for the minute. Generator can go... Well, wait till we start it up first. Fuel is on the left tank. That looks all good to me. So to engage the starter here, we hold the starter button. Let's see here now. Usually for 2 seconds. 1, 2. That should be the engine now spooling up. So we're going to keep an eye on our ITT for a hot start. And our NG for a hung start. So NG is now at 16. Go ahead and introduce some fuel into low idle. We'll keep an eye on our ITT as it's rising here. It should stabilize up around the 600 or 700 degrees, usually. Keep our ignition on. NG is climbing up nicely as well. Caden Craft is here. Many thanks for the subscribe, Caden. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. ITT still climbing. And I peaked at 780, 798. That's getting high. More fuel in there. The ITT is going off the chart. Why is that now, guys? That would mean a serious failure with the aircraft. Engine start is on. ITT is hot. We can just ignore it for the minute, as that is now reducing. Don't know why it did that. Inertial separation can come on. Pitot heats can come on. ITT is still very high, but it's lowering itself down. I'm on you, devil. 850 should do it. There we go. Very strange. There's a bit of a ramp congestion here. Absolutely. Do you think the game is worth it, says Caden? 100%. I'm going to reference this video back later after you post it on how to properly start a TBM. Steve-O1 Knievo would be just like throwing things at his screen right now going, "You idiot!" Yeah. Anyway, it's working now. The simulated horror. Inertial separator is on. That's okay. Sure, didn't I turn it on? Cancel you, cancel you. So now, leads go to auto. Inertial separator, low voltage generator needs to come on. Park and brake is on, and we keep our inertial separator on. That's quite okay. Now, flight directors, turn these guys on. Initial altitude we're going to set here is going to be 2,500 feet initially. That looks kind of rather okay. As Ival04 has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. Good evening to you. Matt Steve is here. Whereabouts in New Zealand are you? We're down in Manapori, or Te Anau. November, Zulu, Mike, Oscar. Craig Silber, because you are. Good evening to you. I hope you're keeping well. David Nathan is here, or David Nathan is here, if I can pronounce it right. We are off to Milford Sound. Okay, let me take another wine. I blame the whiskey. But we're all started up now and it's all fine. Everyone in has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. You're all very welcome to the Friday night stream here, guys. We're in our TBM. We're going to take off here out of It's Te Anau, but Manapori. And then we're going to ramble up towards Milford Sound, which is absolutely amazing. I got some lights on here. Dimmer on, cabin, access lights, they're all on. Everything looks behaving itself up here. We don't need oxygen that I'm aware of. Squawk code, we're going to go VF4. Sensors, PFD, Navcom, altitude mode 7000 is already done. That's quite okay. PFD, do we need to check on weather? Turbulence, maybe that's all we have there. Map settings, that's okay. We'll leave that on. Okay, good to go. Matt Steve says, nice one. Are you anywhere near Wellington? We're not. Unfortunately, we're on the South Island. So we'll see how we go. So, parking brake coming off. And, yeah, let's see how we do this. So, do I have reverses? Oh, I do. Look at that. Nice. So, I have a taxi range. So, brake coming off. And, we got rolling here. Try not now to crash into things, Murphy. There's a queue, so in your own good time there, people, get airborne and circle around. Enter the pattern, and we can all take it up from the pattern then. Okay. Who's in charge here? So there's one departure. We have a TBM going down. A couple of TBMs going down. It's organised chaos. Gaza says, what's your screen resolution, Murph? I have it at 1920 by 1080. A wild Dagran Gaming is here. Good evening to you. How are you keeping, Dagran? Hope all is well. ATC nightmare. It just is. So guys, if you're taxiing, it's just a straight out departure. No need to back taxi, just ramble on out. Take to the skies. Even the fuel trucks are trying to get airborne at this stage. Okay, go ahead. Set a notch of flaps here. Massive says, we may have a few drinks someday having a Murphy get together since I'm a Murphy as well. Two Murphys don't make a right, man, Steve. 100%, dude. Kind of busy. But we're okay with that. Anyway, the organised chaos. Cloverfield is here. Jim Oates says, did we ever find out what you were drinking today? Drinking the Jameson. Late to the game, but that's okay, Cloverfield. Good evening. Okay, quick check on everything just before we get going here. So, power, lights, cameras. Takeoff, pulsar on. Okay. Let's get airborne. Airspeed is alive. Okay. Power is set. Keep it on the center line here, Murph. There's 70 knots. We're good to go here at around kind of 85 to 90 knots. Depending on our fuel, we're getting light. Pitch up. And climb out. Positive rate. Gear coming up. We'll just tap on the toe brake, stop the wheels from maneuvering. Flaps coming back in. Go ahead and turn our yaw dampener on here as well, as there's TBMs literally everywhere. We continue on our runway heading, wait till we get to about 1500 feet or so, as it is a little bit bumpy. Okay, I'm going to actually turn to the right and circle around back over the field. Just so we gain a bit of height here. Dagman Gaming says, Murph, my sis says hello. Hello, sister of Dagman Gaming. Good evening. Turner296 is back. You're very welcome back. The engine sounds really good. Oh yeah. Okay, we were saying 2,500 feet, so we'll kind of calm the jets here a little bit. Get ourselves some way lined up here. So for the moment, speed is actually doing what it should do. We're going to jump over to autopilot here now. We want to get our heading zeroed to the west. Heading can go on, autopilot can go on, vertical speed mode engaged, and we want to climb here of 500 feet. Speed. So we want 250. We're climbing nicely. Speed is good. Come down here and we want to zoom out. Let's see here now. MFD map, and can we zoom out? Something like that. So we want to turn right here now, Murph. That'll keep the field on our right hand side. We're looking good. We can hide me now. Yes. Flight of the Concords. Or them fellas. David Nathan says, have you ever been to Milford Sound in real life? I have. Absolutely amazing. Turner says, am I in multiplayer? Yes we are. As we have a TBM 6 o'clock high and a King Air 7 o'clock low. So I think there's still one or two to get off the ground here, but that's okay. We're not going to break any land speed records. We're going to take our time. We're going to adjust our altitude now to go to 3,500 feet. Climb by 1,000, vertical speed mode, and climb 500 feet per minute. Matt Steve says, if you get a spare time, you should download Flight Radar app and look at the airport webcams on YouTube and enjoy a nice whiskey or any alcohol beverage while watching. I approve. Go Dragon says, can you turn on nameplates? Not a chance. You'll see nothing but nameplates. Marcantella says, hey Murph, you got the Armada behind you. Except for the odd one crazy person, it seems to be going quite well. The TBM is so much faster than the 208, I would think, but I'm trying to keep the TBM in around kind of the 150-ish knots if I can. I think the 208 is happy enough chugging along at around 150 as well. As we're flying nice here, it is a little bit bumpy, but well, that's okay. Matthias Fitz is here. Are you going to Milford Sound? Yes, we are. The Vidya Crusaders here. Hey lads, hope you're all keeping well. Good evening to you. Happy Friday. Mike says, I'm on the hydrogen, enjoying the stream. Great stuff, great views. Nice, I approve. Well, so far it's tasty. Gabriel Gall is here. He says, hello, I'm new. Gabriel, you're very welcome. Philip says, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm enjoying the ride. Spoken like a true Irishman. I haven't a clue what's going on, but isn't it great? As we go for the Steve-O 1 Canevo camera. Pilot at the side thinks it's the red arrows. No problem, Gabriel. He says, thanks for taking notice. I do my best. If I do, for whatever reason, guys, miss a comment or question you have, it's not intentional. Just be sure to repeat it. You don't need to spam it, but just repeat it. I'll find it. Well, that's a very compelling scene. Dangerous Brian says it would be great if we could see tail tags. As in on the screen, Dangerous Brian, or on the aircraft, because you can put on your own custom tail tag. Although, no, I see what you're saying. Everyone else's is blanked out. Well, that's tidy formation there, guys. You give the Air Corps one for its money here. Kuno asks, is there a rugby pitch somewhere? We're in New Zealand. Everywhere is a rugby pitch. Gabriel says, I have to go. That's okay, Gabriel. Many thanks for stopping by, and hopefully we'll catch you on the next one. Philip says, how do I make the plane follow the purple line? Sorry, I'm completely new. That's okay. Philip, if you're flying a TBM, if you have your purple line, all you need to do is come over to your autopilot. Your autopilot, that's your panel up here, this guy. First thing you need to do, select nav or heading. If you select heading, it's going to follow this blue little marker here. And you can adjust that by turning the heading. If it goes by the magenta line, click on nav, and just make sure then if there is a CDI, it's turned to nav mode. So see the way we have VOR. Well, if we go to PFD, bearing 1, nav, GPS. Angle of attack is, we want wind. There we go. 4 knots coming in at the side. That's quite okay. Map range. That's okay. Traffic inset. Doesn't work. Active nav, VOR, or FMS. So see the way it has active nav? You want to change that to your FMS, which is your flight management system. As I need to do a bit of a turn here. My current heading For those of you flying behind, would appear to be 350 at 3,500 feet, and cruise speed is 155 knots indicated. Correction, 348 is the heading. Matt Steve says, this reminds me of one of those Airbus promotion videos where they all showed multiple Airbus jets in formation. David says, love how informative you are, Murph. I try. Mark says, Murph, have you had a chance to check out Newark Liberty International? Don't have flight sim installed yet, putting the system together. Mark, I will definitely be doing something over in the New York, Jersey neck of the woods. I actually flew into Newark a couple of years ago. So yeah, I will check it out for you, dude. I'll let you know when we have a look. Robin says, imagine a reenactment of D-Day invasion with World War II planes. That's going to be sweet. One thing I will say, I've already flown over northern France, in particular around the D-Day landings, and well, there's nothing there. Even the photo texturing or the satellite imagery isn't very good. Like, they don't have Cavill in it. But don't worry. Philip says, okay, cheers, I got the GPS bit, but lost you on the wind bit. I was reading the plane while trying to listen. That's okay. So if you want to go by GPS, just scroll down here to your main PFD, and it'll say active nav. It's going to be set probably to this green. It'll say VOR1. Keep clicking it until it says FMS, and then go up to the autopilot. Turn on nav. Once this is selected, turn on your autopilot by hitting that button, and it'll keep you on that magenta line. As I'm flying through a little bit of cloud here. Scotland's Shaman is here. Good evening to you, sir. Watching over on Twitch. I think this is a fab plane, a little plane. I use it as my next step up after training the Cessna. Nice one. Yeah, TBM is a super plane. So behind us we have a number of TBMs. The King Air is doing really well to keep up with us, because he's actually much faster, I think. We have another TBM going bananas. Bertie says autopilot won't engage. Be sure to go through your key settings that you have nothing else bound to it. So as we consult our map here, we'll continue on up this ravine. We have a couple of mountains here to check out on our right hand side. So we have Mount Christina, and I think further down this guy here is called Flat Top Mountain. As we continue on our crazy tour. Kyle Rayner's here. Crazy. I do all my flight training in this area of New Zealand, based at NV. Where's NV? I must have a look at that. These graphics are actually crazy. They are. It looks really sweet. Zico says, what percentage throttle am I at? Good question. That much. Torque is currently set to 33 and prop is at 1760. Now we can probably turn off our inertial separator because we're good on high. So that'll probably help with the climb when we need to start climbing very shortly. We need to go over these mountains ahead of us. So I'm going to set altitude now to 7,500 feet. And very soon we're going to do a very steep climb. Invercargill, nice. I've been in Invercargill, another wonderful part of the world, right down the south. We had Indian food in Invercargill because, you know, that's what you do. And I had the mango chicken and it was absolutely amazing. Okay, so we're getting bumpy. We're going to add power. We're going to go to V speed, and we want to climb at 2,000 feet per minute. Look at the craziness. Oh, that's really good flying there, guys. Check that out. Yes. Really nice. Bit of a waterfall here, a little bit glitchy there, but it looks beautiful the rest of the way down. Swiss One Super is here. Good evening to you, sir. Happy Friday, and you're very welcome to tonight's stream. Can I do a video of my problem and send it to you on Facebook Messenger, says Kieran Niall. You can, of course, yeah, no problem. I asked for a lemon tea in Dunedin. It came with milk in it. So, when I was in Dunedin, we went to watch the Lions tour. That was back in '95, mind. Yeah, no, they've gotten better. But yeah, no, I went over to watch the Lions tour a couple of years ago. And I was in Dunedin. I think it was the Highlanders, was it? Were they playing in Dunedin, or was it the Blues? I wouldn't mind, but my wife is absolutely rugby mad. She'd be sitting here cringing, going, "Oh my god!" And like, I managed to go to the Lions, and she was just like, "What? You don't even like watch rugby?" Like, don't get me wrong, I like rugby. I really like rugby. But yeah. So we have a super climb going on here. The TBM is just kind of laughing at this climb rate because it's like, yeah, I can do that, no problem. Look at the scenery. Matt Steve says, that turbulence a couple of minutes ago reminds me of my Ryanair flight to Fuerteventura. Andrew Noble is here. Hello, Mr. Murphy. Hello, Mr. Noble. Good evening to you. Happy Friday. We've made it to the weekend. Okay, so we're just about at our 7,500 feet. And we have a massive mountain in front of us. I'm going to watch our power settings here. About the 150 is going to be good enough for me. As we can adjust our heading here as well, slightly left. It's quite bumpy. There's lots and lots and lots of us. Matthias says, mount to Toko. Heading Zico wants to know is 337 degrees. Currently at 7,500 feet. Speed in and around 170 indicated. I want to back that off just a small bit. So as you guys can see from here, don't mind this, it's loading in some textures. This would be kind of Milford down here, I think. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So we'll continue on our current heading and fly flat. That is indeed Milford Sound. Father Ted is here. Good evening to you. How's it going on? It goes well. Skyfly Bry is here. Hello all. Haven't had time to play today. Been busy decorating. Nice. Okay guys, so as we enter Milford Sound, I'm going to fly out the sound, turn around as we kind of hit the ocean here, and then come on back in for an approach as we check out the sights. So we're going to change a couple of things. Altitude set, going to go right down to 2.5, say 3,000 feet, just in case. Speed is looking good. We're going to go to vertical speed. Drop the nose right down. Bring our speed right back. Turn our heading almost to the west. We might get a bit of kind of tearing textures here just as it kind of downloads the region. But give it a bit of time, it's going to be good. Philip Breen says, I turned my graphics up to ultra and this place looks insane. There's the airport behind us. King Lafford is here. Good evening to you. I just joined now. Did I miss much? Not too much. We're just kind of hanging around Milford Sound here at the minute. Kyle Rayner says, would highly recommend Wanaka or even Mount Cook. If you haven't been there yet, beautiful approaches. We're actually heading for Wanaka after this one. Matt Steve says, your buddies Huey and Ralph you met in Kerry a few days ago would have loved the scenery. I missed them already. So as you come down the sound, there's a really interesting place. It's where kind of fresh water meets salt water, and there is a very distinct colour change, and they've kind of modelled it here. It's gone for this kind of a greeny kind of a colour, and it goes this kind of dark blue. Mind your terrain here, Murph. We're okay, it's behaving. We're going to level off here. Bring our power back in to have us in a stable flight. Bring our speed back down to about 150 knots, which is just about nice for manoeuvring. That's our TPMs all over the shop. Skyfly Bryce says, my computer will not download the new update. It says relaunch program to start download, but nothing ever happens. The patch has not yet updated, or it hasn't been released. So they've updated the program, or the launch program, that received an update, but the actual patch hasn't been released just yet. Mike UK says, when I was there it was pouring rain and windy, but there are hundreds of waterfalls. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous over this neck of the woods. So, quick check behind us, see who's here. Oh, the gang are here. Hello, gang. So I'm thinking a left turn to go up some of the coast, and then we'll do a U-E and come back in. And we really need to space out our landing, because if we're landing in against the sound, if you get it wrong, you're going to be in trouble. So I'm going to make a left turn, heading 210 degrees. That's some really nice flying back there, guys. I'm impressed. So as we kind of ramble up the south coast or down the south coast, Well, we're heading by the south coast. Or we're heading south on the west coast, I suppose. Maybe it's the north coast. I confused myself. How about a song? And some footage. Go Dragon says, can we also do a stream this September? No. Dude, that's... no. So, when we say don't be an idiot... Marcatella says, hey Murph, this is the flying version of Cannonball Run. Ailerons into the wind is here. Good evening. Evening all. Sorry I couldn't join tonight. Busy with work. Sil was meant to finish at 5. The joys of being a regional manager, I guess. Ailerons into the wind. That is quite okay, my dude. I do hope after that, though, you are enjoying your Friday evening. I don't know, Kane. The chicken nuggets and chips in Ryanair are actually kind of all right, especially after a couple of bevies. Okay, I'm going to make a right turn now, heading 270. Ailerons into the wind says, however, as a treat to oneself for working late, Orbex, Leeds Bradford, and Innsbruck are all on download. Nice. There's always one, and then occasionally there's always two. They be gone. We will miss them. In my lady I see, although I can't help much on the Microsoft Flight Sim TBM, it's not quite the same as I'm used to. Yeah, the power is very different in this aircraft than what we're used to on the other TBM, but it's still good looking. Okay, so another right turn. And we're going to head up to 358 degrees. Don't worry guys, unfortunately, due to previous actions, that user has been banned from the chat. I hate to see it, it's a rookie mistake, but well, it is what it is. So, as we continue on, we still have a whole lot of TBMs behind us, looking well. Is the King Air... Oh, he's still there. Who's in the King Air, guys? That's some nice flying. You're keeping it close. These two guys are really doing well. Senan Gallagher's here. Good evening, Senan. Just hopped on after watching a documentary on the Royal New Zealand Air Force Skyhawks. Brilliant jet, and unfortunately, like ourselves at the Air Corps, still lack combat jet aircraft. Yeah. Matt Steve says, if Apple made an aircraft, would it have windows? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, but the windows wouldn't work correctly. New heading. We are going to turn right to 018 degrees. And we're still at 3,000 feet. So guys, what I will say at this stage, if you want to start spacing yourselves out a little bit, bring your speed back, as we're going to make a one after one approach down to the airport. I reckon a bit of spacing will be required. And if someone gets... Oh, that's some nice flying. If someone gets it wrong, well, it'll be a little bit difficult to buzz out, but sure, let's see how it goes. So if we get our spacing right, we all kind of just, I don't know, we'll back off a little bit. All in your own good time, of course. David asks, how often do you stream? Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday at 8 PM. This seems like an online flight school, says Matthias. It's more like the online flight school of, okay, see this? Yeah, don't do that. And see what we're doing here? Don't do that either. And when you see this, well, that's pretty good. Well, everyone's behaving themselves now. Do it the military way. Fly overhead the runway information, then peel off in the overhead brake. Five-second separation and turn. Okay, we'll give it a bit. Zico's on the TBM on our right. Cool. Okay, we continue on. So, message to Goat Dragon. Dude, all you need to do is retract the comment, just apologise, and just remember to keep it clean. And don't be an idiot. Anyway, we continue. Merck's going to make a right turn, heading 098 degrees, and then I'm going to pretty much go into, well, turn off the autopilot. Number one is turning. Yeah, I miss, you'd miss like an in-sim chat or an in-sim kind of thing. But it's okay. That's okay, dude. That's okay. Okay, guys, we continue. We're doing well. Let's see here now. So this will be interesting. Here's our entry back into the Milford Sound. Harry Hayden's here. Good evening to you. David says we got lucky with the weather, eh? Oh yeah. This could get interesting. We're fairly well spaced out. MK Nubs is now following over on Twitch. Good evening to you, sir. Happy Friday. You're very welcome along to the stream, and I hope you're having a pleasant evening. As we fly back in towards Milford here. Andrew Noble says, I saw another streamer try this with his followers. It didn't end well. I bought my first AC/DC t-shirt today. I've never liked t-shirts with adverts on, but I thought, why not? Nice. Ailerons into the wind says, did he have the Murph though? Challenge accepted. Jimode says, so installing an M2 drive in my sim machine and having a beer with Mr. Murph and Clan in the background, 'tis a good day indeed. It's going to sound like a swarm of hornets coming in, says Kenneth. It just is. Face cam on for dramatic effect as we disconnect our autopilot. As we get around some of this mountain here. Okay, so far so good. Approach is looking decent. We're working our way back down to about 2,000 feet. It is bumpy. Knowing that the runway is not aligned perfectly with the lake, we kind of have to go over a bit of ground here. So at this stage we can go ahead and turn back on our inertial separator. Can't wait to get here. Hopefully 2023. Oh my god, it's bumpy. It's okay. We're on this. 1,500 feet. We're good. And there's a TBM. Just, I'll skip the queue. You've got the best. My synthetic vision is absolutely losing the plot. But that's okay. Right, speed coming right back here. When I was in Lisbon a few years ago, I was eating ice cream. I saw... Looking out, get going. Oh dear, Keen. That sounded like good ice cream.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Yes, we know.
Landing gear.
This approach, Murphy, is not going to be well. It's not going to go well, is it? We'll lower the gear to see what happens. Yaw damper coming off. Hopefully that creates a bit of drag. Probably not going to be enough though. So my approach is all wrong. And if mine is wrong, your guys are definitely wrong. Okay, guys, I'm going to bug out here to the left and head north, because I got that all wrong. So you guys work away. I'm going to give it another shot. Okay, Murphy. It's only you here, just not some 200 and odd people watching. It's quite okay. If in doubt, run away. The synthetic vision there doesn't really know what to be doing, does it? Interesting. Ah, I'm not alone. Many others bugged out. But my approach was way too high. Okay. Let us try this again, shall we? So far so good. It's looking good for some of you guys. I'm impressed. Okay, watch the speed. Okay, we'll try and keep it like this for a minute. Flat landing is good for 158 knots. Did you fly into St. Bart's Airport before? That one is a challenging place to land. I well believe it. I haven't done it yet, but I will. Let's see here what this owl approach is going to look like. Altitude is an awful lot better. So let's try it again here, shall we?
Landing gear.
First notch of flaps coming down.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
The water looks amazing, doesn't it?
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Landing gear coming down. Now let's see if we can do this properly this time. Feel the pressure. Oh yeah. Does anybody have a lucky egg? Okay, we got the field in sight. And he says we're all watching, no pressure, as my synthetic vision is just absolutely having the crack. Second notch of flaps coming down. Speed is looking good. Okay, let's see, can we park this sucker? Quick look to the left and right. There is a TBM ahead of us going for a fairly tight-ish turn on final. At the moment, we seem to be okay over the trees. Famous last words. What's your speed here, Murph? .80-ish knots, but 90 is kind of the sweet spot. We shall continue on. Quick check. We have landing gear is down, flaps are down, and lights are on. There's TBMs everywhere. Mind the trees, Murph. Don't float it. Reverse thrust set. Brakes on. Don't hit that TBM. Hey, buddy. How's it going? And we'll sheepishly get ourselves off the runway here. Bring our flaps back in. Onto the grass. There is a bit of a taxiway though, that's always good to see. Get ourselves over here in the taxiway. There's the King Air. We have a TBM sitting there on the ramp. Clear the taxiway here. Parking brake can now come on. Nice. That wasn't difficult at all. Six-pack pilot says, I lost my engines, mixture to 0 instead of prop. Oh no! Reminds me of Compton Abbas when you have a southerly wind and you get turbulence from the trees. Nice. Seeker says butter. Scotland's Shaman says super smooth as a baby's bottom. Here's lost an engine. It's okay, we made it though. The Bonanza has turned into a tail dragger. That's okay. Okay, so tidy up in here. So Murph, we can go to our landing lights can come off. Let's see here now. Get our bleeds off. Ignition is off. Starter is off. Autopilot and trims can come off. Starter is already on abort. Going to low idle. Have a quick check here. Parking brake is on. That's all good. Bleeds are off. That's fine. And yeah, kill the fuel. All sorts of lights and stuff annoying us, but that's okay. It can come off here as well. Pulse lights can go off. Nav lights off. You guys are okay. Fuel that can stay on. Go ahead, drop our shield here. Power off, and we're parked up, and it's all grand. We hope. You made it. Jared says, first time in multiplayer, loved it. Sweet. Gabriel is back. He says, hi, back again. I have 2 more minutes. Nice. Fighter Ted says, brilliant. Now can I go to the loo? Kenneth has a question. Same aircraft for the next leg? Yeah, why not, dude? Gabriel says, nice setup, by the way. Many thanks, my dude. That was a great group flight, says UK Bay. Murph, are you a speed demon on the keyboard? Probably. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to refill my jar. On our next destination, we're going to take off here from Milford Sound, and we're heading to a place called Wanaka. A fish called Wanaka. Oh, 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 oh! Awesome. Right, guys, back to you in a minute. Maybe 3 minutes. Time to refill your cups. We're about to hop on our last leg of the flight. Multiplayer is still very much open. Our destination airport is November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot, also known as Wanaka. It's about a kind of 30 to 40 minute flight. And yeah, that scene just looks awesome. Okay, see you in a sec. Do you know, I can think of less beautiful places. Milford Sound. It's just very pretty. How is? Are we getting ready for our next flight? I hope so. Let us see here, shall we? As we wait in anticipation. The Vidya Crusader says, I'm finding the flight sim community really great so far compared to some others. Nice. Like every community, there are some crazies, but for the most part, a fantastic group of people, I have to say. Any tips on the autopilot before we go, says Stephen. Stuart Payne is here. Good evening, Stuart. He's loading in. Nice. As Andy Hoey has just subscribed. Many thanks, Andy. You're all very welcome to tonight's stream. If you're just joining us, we're on the ground here in Milford Sound in New Zealand on the South Island. So we have people watching on Twitch and YouTube. Good evening to you all. Shameless plug, by the way. I know, right? This looks fantastic. And someone's in the pits. Geek Brunley is here as well. Gold Dragon says, I need to move to New Zealand. I know, right? Absolutely. Ethan Short is here. Good evening, Ethan. How are you keeping, dude? Who else do we have here? Gabriel says, finally someone who reads the comments. NetWiz777 is here. Is it whiskey in the jar? Sha. Tashe Gohanawa. So, as I'm here, guys, I want to give a shout out to two peoples I know who's watching. They would be Sean and Gabby. Hello, Sean and Gabby. Hope you guys are having a cool night. Stuart says, loading in. Super flying tonight, says Alan. It's great fun. Annalisa's here. Scott Flanagan is here. Good evening, Scott. Scott says, evening from Belfast. How's it going? Alan says, X-Plane 12 has some work to beat this. It does. No problem, Gabby. Skyfly says, shame on me, I forgot to click the like button. That's okay. Don't worry, you guys. I'm just glad you're all here. And I'm not here with just on my own with Billy, no mates. Oh, look at your man putting it in reverse. Real, he's showing off. Okay. Let's hope there's no latency. Where's he going? Oh, it's pandemonium. Okay, so I'm going to get this machine set up here. Battery on. Get our systems up and running. Get our nav lights turned on here as well. Ignition, leave all that off. Don't need our boost just yet. Our trims can come on here. Here we go. Okay, so
system test. Okay.
thanks so much. Okay, so we're going to edit our flight plan. So we are going to add origin. So we are at November Zulu Mike Foxtrot. Enter. And our origin and our destination is going to be November Zulu. How did I forget? Whiskey Foxtrot. Enter. There's our magenta line. Now our plan here, guys, we're going to take off, fly out of the Sound, gain a whole load of altitude, come in this way in the little valley, and we're going to fly over a place called Glenorchy. Or Glenorchy. They filmed a lot of, whatchamacallit, The Lord of the Rings in there. And I think there's like a glacier there, I think. Alan Mead says, watching from Portmarnock, Dublin tonight. Sweet. I hope all is well in Portmarnock. As we have a quick look around. Make sure all my settings are doing what they should be doing. Just firing up the game's computer. Sir Blackalot is here. No, Sir Blackie-a-lot is here. It's his brother. Hello. What's the destination? It's called Wanaka. And Wanaka is cool because I was saying earlier on, in Wanaka they have, just at the airport, they have like a big museum there, and it's all like classic aircraft, historical aircraft, and it does have cars and trucks and really awesome stuff. Alan Mead is due to be married next week. And Elisa says, my better half is joining you guys. Good luck. Stuart should be November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot, I think. But that's okay. Okay, so we need to get a couple of things set up here before we hit this show on the road. Starters, they're all okay. So what's our oil temperature at? Okay, so the engine is completely cooled down. That's always a good start. So auxiliary fuel boost to auto. Fuel selector's on, APs are already on. Starter, so ignition goes to on. Starter hold for 2 seconds. 1, 2. That should be enough now to start up a bit of power here. Oil pressure's coming up, ITT is coming up. NG, once it gets to 16, we'll add some fuel. There's 16, we're going to go to low idle. Inertial separator is on, but that's quite okay. ITT is rising, NG is rising. Movie set makers here. A Kiwi here, great stream. Kia ora, my dude. Andrew Noble says, have a good night, catch you later, Murph. Andrew, you take care. Many thanks for stopping by. Philip asks, where are we going? We're heading over to November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. Now put you up and across. Ignition goes to off. Gens can go to on. Oh, steady. Inertial separator is good. Auxiliary is good. Our bleeds go to automatic. And I believe we're looking okay. So initial altitude here. We're going to be going relatively high because we want to get over the mountains. So I'm going to go for 3,500 feet on our initial climb out. We have it on FMS and nav mode. Alan Mead says, Murph, my fiance says you sound like the guys who commentate for the Eurovision. Irlanda Nipois. Bartman 7490 is here. How's it going? Loving the game. Hello Bartman, you're very welcome. Skyfly Bright says, almost loaded. We're getting there. The TBMs are just nice looking, aren't they? Okay, so flight director is on. We're in heading mode. We'll turn that to the runway heading in a jiffy. I got some pulse lights on here. Taxi lights can come on. And we got some strobes as well. Off, turn off, turn off. They're all on, so that's all grand. Again, we don't need to worry about oxygen. We're not going up too high. So there is a bit of a queue, but we're looking good. Okay, so everyone is queuing up to depart. Ready when you guys are. A Dairy Milk chocolate bar, a packet of Haribo jellies, and a 2-tone Murphy stream. Could this night get any worse? Yes, it could. They could be sour. Okay, we will taxi into position and hold. Behind the majestic-looking King Air 350i. Now, usually you wouldn't drop your flaps during taxi, but we're going to set some flaps here because this is a relatively short field. As we sit tight here behind the King Air, as the guys slowly but surely start climbing out. There goes the caravan. Well, very fancy TBM reversing, look. This guy certainly got his license. I like the way we've gone from kind of organised chaos to we're organised. I spoke too soon. Okay. Stuart Payne, I'm in front in the 350. Nice. Sixpack Pilot says I'm streaming the King Air on Discord. Nice. Scott says, wait, this is line up and wait? As Eden Tarfter has just subscribed. Many thanks, Eden. I miss the old days of position and hold. Taxi into position and hold. Or line up and wait. Yeah. Looks like delivery works in multiplayer. I didn't see a blue TBM. Who's gone in an A320? Really? There's always one. That 320 won't get off the ground. As we taxi into position and hold. For Scott. Antosh Manto says, are those real players? Yes, they are. We were up in arms in the States when we had to change the... Oh, when we had to change to ICAO on that one. Murphy made a boo-boo. That's okay. Nobody saw that. It's totally fine. Okay, quick check before we go. Transponder should be on to 1200. This is good. Lights up to landing, please. Strobes are on. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Sink our heading bug, and we're good to go. Power coming in. There's a DA. Wait your turn, dag nagget. Okay, power set. Airspeed is alive. There's 50 knots. There's 80. There's a climb. Positive rate, gear coming up. Bring our flaps back in here as well. Keep to the right of those trees. As our synthetic vision is still kind of bugging itself out, but that's okay. Yaw damper coming on. Continue our climb here. Torque setting is decent. We're over 500 feet now. And our speed is increasing. Daddy Groot is here. He asks, what other players have a ghost plane? If they get kind of too close to you, they kind of ghost out. Which is fine, like it's grand. But the old synthetic vision is, well, it's having a moment. It's grand. It's totally fine. Alan Mead says, I cannot wait for this in VR. I'm with you, dude. This is going to be insanely good in VR. Okay, let's see what we can do with our autopilot here. So we're going to go to heading mode. Flight director's already on. Engage the autopilot. Altitude is select. We're going to go to vertical speed mode, and we're going to continue our climb here at a rate of 500 feet per minute. As we go to 3,500 feet. Hello. It's just like flight level change mode. That'll stay on. So our climb out here from Milford Sound. Look at the colour of the water, it's beautiful, isn't it? Kane Laffer says 262 days till the Eurovision. Dude, are you in the Eurovision? You're mad for it. What's going on here with our altitude, guys? Don't tell me that the autopilot has kind of borked out again. Kind of has. Why does it do that? That's like super annoying. Strange, very strange. Okay, we're going to set our altitude here to 5,000 feet and let's see if the aircraft will recover and remember that we want to go for 5,000 feet. That was definitely a sporty takeoff. Mal Walsh is here, good evening to you. We'll be updating my PC soon. Can't wait for this. Oh yeah. Scott Boyd says, I chuckle at the folks complaining about this program. Does it have initial bugs? Yeah, like most complex programs. You still get graphics that are far better than a real flight sim for $150 and less. I agree. I absolutely agree. So our autopilot is broken. Ah well. But that's okay. Let's see now, can we go to... Oh, we can't. Why is that? That's so annoying, isn't it? Okay, we want it V-speed and go down. But it just doesn't work. Now it's doing us something.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
This is scary as hell.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
Pull up in your own time plane.
landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
500.
landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
Okay, it seems to work.
landing gear.
Kinda.
Landing gear. 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 Landing gear.
Come on now, plane. Yeah, no, the autopilot is very much broken. Your AP is doing the same, Stuart. That's okay. Autopilot off, who needs it? So spin around to the right here. Let's fly it manually, the way it's supposed to be flown. AP is broken for everybody. Yeah. Anyway, not to worry. Some of the dudes are still here, that's good. How you are, because I just went from like a fairly decent climb to like a nosedive. But anyway, we won't let that spoil it. The autopilot is on strike. What do we want? Better conditions. When do we want it? Now. Or what do we want? A patch. When did we want it? Yesterday. Anyway, not to worry. We continue on. Speed holding here at about 170 knots. We're going to climb up to about 5,000 feet eventually. Get ourselves over some of these mountains in the area. Daddy Groot says, Murphy, do you have a co-pilot next to you? No. However, if you go to the outside view, you do. They're wearing their invisible suit. Skyfly, to confirm, I'm with the right group of people. Are you over the sea? Yes. Yes, we are. So I want to head to a place called Glenorchy. I can't even trim. What the deuce? Okay, something seriously broken here with this airplane. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, we're not going to need our inertial separator. Turn that one off. Okay, it'll hold a heading, so that's kind of somewhat good. So if it can hold a heading, we're doing something right. Truly Murphy's Law. Yes. Thomas Veal is here. Good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well, dude. Aidan Darley Aviation is here. Good evening to you, Aidan. We're heading over to a place called Wanaka. And hopefully we get there because our aircraft has gone off of Wanaka and we need to get to Wanaka. See what I did there? It's hilarious. I'm in formation with about 20 aircraft. Okay, well, we're looking somewhat decent at the minute, but they'd be big mountains. And well, we're not going to get around them. So a left turn coming up. And we're turning to 008 degrees. As we'll head up north. And we've an entry kind of further up on the map here. That'll bring us down then to Glenorchy. Which is about here, I think. Let's double check on our little map. Oh yeah, so here's Glenorchy. So basically what we're going to do, we're going to come up the coast, follow on this green guy, and then tip around into Glenorchy, and then continue on over to Wanaka. So it's not terribly far away. As we make our climb up to 5,000 feet. I wonder what's bugging that. It just seems a bit nuts, doesn't it? Why would you start descending? Strange, very strange. Yeah, it's a bit of a headache. Benny's, Murphy, did you try your keyboard to turn on and off your autopilot? Yeah, so I have my autopilot kind of bound to a button on my joystick. And yeah, it doesn't seem to want to work there either. It's okay, we won't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Matt Watt says, Murph, would you say that your PC is the highest spec in order to play this game, or can you upgrade even more? At the moment, it's fairly up there. I can probably get faster RAM. My RAM is at 3,000 megahertz. We can probably, or gigahertz, I don't know what it is. Well, I'll probably go up to something like 4,000. But in terms of the hard drives and whatnot, I'd like an NV drive. I have a number of SSDs. I have an RTX 2080 Ti graphics card. I have an i9 9900K processor, which they're fast. So yeah, not too bad. It's trying to behave itself. Now it says, has this plane been acting like this before, or is it the first? Nah, it does this. Sometimes it does it. So the best thing to do is leave it off autopilot and just try and behave. It is a great sight to behold, though. It looks amazing. Let's see here, shall we? Break Beats is here. Good evening to you, my friend. What makes this even more challenging, I can't even trim. It's nearly unflyable, but we'll try and keep it together. Right guys, a right turn is going to come up real soon because we have kind of like an entrance into the bay here on our right hand side. So turning right now, and we're going to follow in this lake. As our speed is going all over the shop. Lord Marmaduke of the Lake, playing the sim on Xbox Game Pass. I'm going to purchase the sim and I wondered if you had any thoughts on buying from the Microsoft Store or Steam. Advantages or disadvantages? The Microsoft Store updates might come a little bit sooner. Apart from that, no real changes. I like Steam. It's a tried and tested platform. It's great for installing updates and for playing games and whatever else. You also have the Steam community, which is really handy. Everything's under the one kind of banner. So it's entirely up to you. Thinking we want to stick it around kind of minimum 6,000 feet here. Kane Effort says, where did the two-tone come out of in two-tone Murphy? Sunburn. Half my head was sunburned red and the rest of me was Irish pasty white. I looked like the Cork flag or even a Polish flag. And my buddies in Cork said, Murphy, you look awful two-tone. And it stuck. So we follow on this lake for a while, guys. You can see kind of the ravine we can follow. And then we want to head over to that next lake, currently on my map, over beside Queenstown. So we're going to aim for here, there. This is Glenorchy. And once we get there, we'll head over to Wanaka. We have some nice flying here, considering autopilot is absolutely borked. Colonel Fork says flying in with Led Zeppelin playing. Rizzler966 is here. He says, is your AP trim off? No, I turned it back on again. We'll leave it off for a while, see if that fixes itself. Scott White says, share the stream with a friend. Many thanks, Scott. Really appreciate it, my friend. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream here on this Friday evening or afternoon or possibly even Saturday morning, depending on where you're situated around the globe. Okay guys, gonna go for a left turn here. Gonna head east. 090. It is a little bit bumpy, but it's okay. Almost dinner time here. Nice. 1803 in Michigan. A flight of mosquitoes. I think we're going to experience some absolutely amazing scenery along this flight plan. Absolutely beautiful looking. Scott says, speaking of which, if someone mods a Mosquito, I'd be all over that. One of my favourite aircraft. I agree. Was it de Havilland who built them? I think it was. Okay guys, if you kind of look ahead slightly to your 1 o'clock position, you'll see where the valley completely opens up and we got a fantastic lake. Andrew McDonald says 0805 in Victoria. Absolutely. The Havilland Mosquito, that's the one. Just be careful of the mountains, but as you can kind of see, it's almost like, I think it is a glacier that goes out here, isn't it? Go Dragon says, what a lovely flight this is. Absolutely, dude. Look at the state of the scenery though, absolutely amazing. So this is down towards Glenorchy. They filmed a lot of The Lord of the Rings down here. Kevin's here. He asks, "What's been your favourite flight route in the game so far?" This is up there. I mean, this is absolutely stunning scenery. I really enjoyed the flight through the Grand Canyon. What do you call a hobbit? What do you call a hobbit you can't get rid of? A habit. Colonel Ford, man, that's just golden. Callahan is here. He says, what's the next step for a noob after the Cessna 152 or 172? Try a twin. Maybe the DA-62? Movie Set Maker says, Lord of the Rings worker here. Dude, nice. Philip Breen, Rohan! Look at that. Now, I wonder if I press this button, is it going to break everything? I did it something. The beacons are lit. Well, I have to say, I am glad we came to this destination this evening. Definitely some absolutely fantastic scenery. Now it says, oh here Murph, have you flown into VQPR yet? That's Paro and Bhutan. It's the most difficult approaches in a jet. Nice, I must give it a try. Man, this game looks so good, doesn't it? Game. It's a sim. Blasphemy. The sim looks so good. See how that glacier just kind of that's amazing looking. Okay guys, gonna turn to the east now as we go back up towards Wanaka. We go for the Stevo 1 Canevo camera. Continue turning, just passing 080 degrees. I reckon 030 will be good. Brian V is here. He asks, does anyone know if you can get an after the flight report map that shows your recent flight path? I haven't been able to find one. I don't think there is one. Again, like guys, it's only a matter of time before some of the third-party developers come out with all the electronic flight bags that's going to sort out all of that. Like I know you can hook this up to Sky Demon and 4Flight. SimConnect hasn't been working too well, but give it time. Once they patch it, it'll be all good. Stuart is on my left. Nice. This scenery is off the hook. As Siri goes off in the background. Okay, altitude is fairly high, but we're okay. As the dudes are all hanging around. Man, that King Air looks so good. TPMs look nice as well, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, there's just something kind of dazzling about a King Air, isn't there? The Siri is off the hook. The caravan is 6 o'clock low. I think here. Brian K with a super sticker of $2.99 US. Character stretching his arm forward, raising his thumbs up. Brian K, many thanks for your donation, dude. I really appreciate the support. Cheers. And happy Friday. Netman says, Murph, I'm thinking of getting the Thrustmaster T-Flight HOTAS. Will the hat switch already be pre-programmed for the camera movements? I don't believe so. But it only takes about kind of 5 minutes or so to activate it and get it up and running. It's a little bit tedious, but like, it's fine. It's a real bummer not having trim. Don't forget, guys, if you are new to the channel, you might consider hitting that like button, following, or indeed subscribing. Really appreciate the support, and it lets me know that you guys like this kind of content. It's getting messy. All sorts of wing waving going on there, guys. Looking good. Look at this scenery, though. Absolutely stunning. Colonel Fork says, there's a caravan race between myself and Jepson 2001 in the back of the pack. Nice. Keen Leffert says, what's your favourite song, Murph? Eesh, couldn't tell you. I like the song Manny sings. Okay guys, let's try this break formation thing. So if we all try and get into maybe a single file, one behind the other, all at the same altitude. Let's aim for about 12,000 feet on a heading of 026. And then we're going to start breaking off right turn, heading 090 on my mark. So depending on your position, every 1 second it'll be brake to the right. If I could keep it on a steady heading, that would help, I'm sure. Okay, we're looking fairly decent. Okay, guys. On my mark, every 1 second, down to the right. 3, 2, 1, mark. Nice. Oh, that's epic. Where are you going, Murph? It was too much fun to watch. Dylan Sharp is here. If someone else has a third-party airplane, does it show up for you even if you don't have that add-on content? Unsure. Good way to test that though. We'll try something maybe tomorrow or the next day. Okay guys, we're now approaching the field of Wanaka, as you can see from the phenomenal scenery we have below. Okay, so I'm going to make a left turn. Speed coming back, and I'm going to start my descent here. Just going to kind of hang around the lake regions, which would be just north of the airfield. And that'll allow the caravan some time to catch up with us. The airport code is November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. Bartman says the Xbox controller for the drone is brilliant. Yeah, it's a really powerful camera. Would absolutely love to see a free view replay mode. I really hope that's added. And Elisa says the scenery is just phenomenal. It really is. Aaron is here. He says hi. Hello, Aaron. Hope you're keeping well. Bad Dog says, love watching this multiplayer stuff. It's really a hoot. Good stream, Murph. Many thanks, Bad Dog. Really happy that you're enjoying it, dude. Matthew Park says, where are we going? We're going to make a landing down at Wanaka Airport, which is just circling north of the field at the moment. Aaron says, where are we going to fly from next? We have time for maybe just some local stuff. I might take the Icon up, take off at the airport, do a couple of landings in the water and then ramble back. Shall be doing a dead stick landing. Darren Len is now following over on Twitch. Many thanks, Darren. I hope you're having a nice Friday evening, dude. You're very welcome along. As we're just coming down to about 5,000 feet. And look at that scenery. Absolutely beautiful. As Movie Set Maker is also following. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream tonight. It's unorganized, organized chaos. It's cool the way you get the shadows of the other aircraft, isn't it? Okay, any of you guys see an airport around here? I think I see it. You should fly over Scandinavia. Yeah, that's definitely one for the list. Andy Beeson says, nice and chilled stream to watch. Many thanks, Andy. Mr. Dino is here. Or Dino! I lost you guys at the start, so I made my own way there. I've landed and I'm parked up at the left of the runway, watching you guys coming in to land. Nice! You have the fantastic job of rating the landings. So we have the field down here. We'll continue our turn. Altitude is looking just about right. Aaron says, do I only play flight games? Not necessarily. Have been known to play a bit of Assetto Corsa, Competizione, bit of GTA, bit of Call of Duty, truck sims. But this one has been pretty much taking up my entire schedule lately because, well, just look at it. It's epic. Base camp for dramatic effect. Trying to land into direct sunlight. That's always a hoot. So we'll probably do a fly over the field just to see how everything looks. I have been here in real life, and it's absolutely fantastic to have a great museum here. Annalisa says, he hasn't slept since it came out. I concur, and I can confirm your statement. Where are we at? 130 knots? Yeah. That's okay. We'll just do a fly pass here. I just want to check the owl area. That's called the Maverick. Hit the brakes, you fly right by. I think this place is very popular when it comes to air shows. I've seen so many photographs with vintage aircraft and historical World War II stuff. Let's have a look here. See terminals there. Yeah, it's fairly well detailed. When I was there, he was only building this extension. That was all like just dug out. And he was saying he was putting in another few buildings. That's awesome. The flight is heading for the moment. Join the pattern. It'll be a right turn onto final. Philip says, I've successfully done a good landing. If I can do it, all you can. No pressure, so. Okay. Well, we're fairly low anyway, that's always a good sign. Eek! Landing gear coming down. Is Murphy going to have a good job here, alright? It'd be handy if you're going to the runway, dude. This is the tactical approach. Okay, behave yourself, computer. Very bumpy. No pressure. Touchdown. Reverse thrust set. And we're down. Organized chaos, that's what I like to say. What's over here? Can we just exit the runway? Get off quick, there's more coming. Close call, Murph, says McCartan. Oh yeah. Scott says, evening, it's time for dinner. You go enjoy. Many thanks for joining us here this evening, Scott. Have a pleasant evening, and we'll hopefully catch you on the next one. Go ahead and get our flaps back in here. And the King Air is down. As Murphy tried to park his plane. Come on, you devil. There you go. Okay, stop. It's all good. Okay, parking brake can't come on. That's okay. Let me see. Please coming off. This aircraft is most definitely borked. Ignition is already off. That's quite okay. Low idle. And there's no avionics master switch. Power coming off. Lights off. Kill the battery. There's always one. Okay, I'm going to jump into the icon. Do a bit of water landing. What do we reckon? Okay. Now, let us see. Usually, it's always a good idea to restart the sim. You should do what they do. Abandon the cars. As we get the stream starting up here again. So yeah. So the next bit of flying is just going to be local flying here in Wanaka. I'm going to take out the icon, take off from Wanaka, do a landing on the lake, and then probably just fly back again. Just to see. Echo India, sort out of Twitch. Nice. Yeah, it looked like an A380, didn't it? It was nuts. Jeffrey David is here. He says, good evening from New Orleans. Good evening from Ireland. How are you keeping, Jeffrey? Many thanks for joining. Hope you're having a pleasant Friday evening. Yeah, that was a cool flight. The A5 is great for rookies, says Virgil. Not too many controls to worry about. I agree. And you can put it down in water, which is great. UK Bay says, great flying with you, Murph and all. Off to walk the dog now. See you all soon. Many thanks, UK Bay. Enjoy the rest of your Friday and the weekend. And many thanks for joining us. It's been real. Was that an A380, guys? Colonel Fork says, I'm going to have to get with you about organising a fly-in type event. 100%, dude. It'd be easier if we can get some sort of ATC just to kind of control the madness. But yeah, 100%. Okay. Let us see, shall we? We're going for the icon. Hello, icon. What did I say this was? ZK. What is very interesting, New Zealand has a total of 74 different airports, airfields and landing strips, which is just nuts. Which is beyond nuts. 74? Paris has the Eiffel Tower, London has a clock tower, Vegas has everything, Dublin has a stick. It was an A380. I would like to know more. Fergal asks, the airfield code, it is November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. Captain Frank is here. Good evening, Captain Frank. I hope you're keeping well. Happy Friday to you. Did you bring your grog along, Sticky Rice? Super sticker, $3 Australian. Many thanks, my dude. Many thanks. Really appreciate the donation. Okay. Let's have a look here, shall we? As it did that little thing. As it does that thing. There we go. It worked. Okay, so we're in the icon. Is that an A380? And if so, how'd you get that working? I have tried to add in other aircraft, the old legacy aircraft, and I can get parts of them working, just not all of them. It's kind of weird. Murph, how do you get to the old ramp from here? Just there, look. So this area here, as I said, there's a museum at this airfield. And it's fantastic. And they have these kind of pedal cars you can race in. They're sweet. Mal Watch says, great evening, Murph. I can't believe the graphics now compared to the very first Sublogic flight sim I bought all those years ago. I know, right? It's nuts. Captain Frank says, it looks like a car inside. It really, really does. Jer says, my Cytec throttle messed up on the last flight. I have to get something better. Nah. Batty asks, do you use an Elgato streaming deck? If so, is it good? It's epic. But you can use your phone. Like, you don't have to buy the deck. You can use it on your phone and it works just as good. Go Dragon says, great stream, Murph. Had a blast in flying with y'all. Gonna split now. Have fun in the A5. Many thanks, Go Dragon. We'll catch you on the next one. JG Soldiers here. Looks like a great day for flying in the lower South Island. Are we using live weather? Unfortunately not. Keen says, is Concorde a playable vehicle in the sim? Not just yet. What is the airport location we're at now? As a bus goes by. The airport is Wanaka, November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. As a bus went in and hit. Okay, first things first, Murph. You got to turn on your fuel. And then we come down here and turn on our battery. And turn on our nav lights. Bilge doesn't work, don't need the water heater just yet. Is there an avionics? No. Can't turn it off, lights. Let's see here now. So fuel is on. We will say clear prop, but it's behind us. He nearly tipped over. We have power. So get our transponder on here. We're going to go VFR. One. Two. Altitude mode. That's good enough for me. JT Soldier says the weather looks pretty much exactly the same as out the window, so it's a fair representation. That's good to know. Air coach there trying to get you. What's the server? It's the Northern European one. Hi Sim Craver. How you doing, dude? How are you? Welcome along to a Friday night stream. Strobes, landing and taxi. Okay. Parking brake coming off. It's like I'm in like a smart car and you guys have normal cars. I'll wait my turn. You guys go ahead. We have a crazy, crazy airfield. As we taxi on out here. Benny P says it wasn't an A380, it was a 74. I thought it was a 74, but I only saw it the once. But that would explain a lot. Got a couple of TBMs here on the ramp. Soup! And the bus is doing yaki boos. There's A5s absolutely bombing it around the place. Don't crash! Okay, so we're going to taxi out here. Colonel Fork says, I'm in a black Icon A5. Nice. The Amsterdam out of airfields. Now let's just have a quick look here. So what's the active runway, guys? Interesting. Bob says, did you download from Steam or somewhere else? I downloaded from Microsoft. Okay, I'm just using this as an active runway because, you know, just because. Is he moving? Nope. Lights, camera, and action. Benny P says, weird. Maybe my 747 looks like an A380. I used the Korean Air livery. Maybe a bug. There are 3 airplanes over Ireland. Ryanair from China to Dublin, Ryanair from Lanzarote, and EasyJet from Funchal to Manchester. Ryanair from China? I'd say it's Shamrock, I would think. Aer Lingus. Okay, so we're going to spin out to the right here, over to the lake. Okay, cool. Oh dear, he just dropped out of the sky. Alrighty. Mal Walsh asked, did any of you guys get the boxed version? I think one of the guys did. We have some nice formation going on here. Okay, let's see, can we trim out the owl icon here? It's very much like a car, isn't it? John Doe is here. He says, hi Murph. Have you tried any head tracking apps with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020? I have. I use Track IR 4. That's just the one I have. I can't really use it while I'm streaming because of lights and whatever on my face, but yeah, it works really well. Annalisa says, feels like I'm sitting in a Nissan Micra. Andy Beeson says, imagine having a printed manual for a game in this day and age. Must be mind-blowing. Well, I tell you, I do miss the old manuals that came with the old games, and like you used to get maps of like the different theatres and whatnot. It used to be awesome. Mr. Spoon says, you should check out the AV Web's vids on the A5. Yeah, watch a few of them, dude. Looks awesome. Geek Brundy says, the box version comes with a large manual apparently. Nice. That's some nice flying there, boys. Puka Dog says, what specs are you playing on? I have a Intel i9 9900K processor running at about 5 and a bit gigahertz, an RTX 2080 Ti, and 64 gigs of RAM. And the list asks, which is better, FS Airlines or FS Economy? I like FS Economy. Jer says, when I put the map onto the second screen, the controls don't work until I click back on the screen. That Flight Sim is on. Wonder if this is normal. Yeah, I've had the same problem. Wandering Kiwi says, what part of New Zealand are we over? Currently over Southland in Wanaka. Well, that's tasty. Almost. Echo India says, sounds like an impressive setup. The day job must be impressive. I do what I can. Okay, how about we try and put these things down in the water, guys. Brake left. I will say the Icon is it's a relatively easy enough aircraft to fly. And the fact that you can actually land this thing in water is fantastic. Andy says, thought I had a lot of RAM at 32 gigs. 32 is a lot, dude. 64 is probably overkill. I think the only real advantage I get out of 64 gigs, I can run other things in the background like OBS and a couple of web browsers and stuff like that. So it's not too bad. Aer Lingus go to China for medical supplies. Correct and right. Keen asks, would you be able to control the whole game with a controller from the main menu to your landing? Depending on your controller, yeah. Chicken Dog says, what FPS do you get with the 2080 Ti? Depending on the setting, usually kind of 50 to 60 on Ultra. If you go to the likes of, say, Las Vegas or, you know, there's parts of Japan, Tokyo's quite heavy on frames. But it kind of depends on what you're doing, what the weather's doing. Plus, I stream off the one machine, so if I'm not streaming, I get much better frames. I've always been fixated on trying to get better frames out of my flight sim. I've been doing it ever since kind of Flight Sim 98. I'll go in and edit config files, I'll tweak graphic settings. I did the same in X-Plane. Now, Murphy, as nice as we're looking here, you need this gadget down. We're going to attempt to put ourselves down on some water here. There's contact. Could you do it with an Xbox controller? Probably not. Did someone just try to put a cap 100? Oh, he did! Epic failure. Hang on, we have a soundtrack for this. Wait, what? Is that the Colonel? Look at the King Air, look. I think we should all line up and do a formation takeoff in the water. I like your thinking. Jimode says, got my M2 drive installed and copying over my C drive and FSX and free space for Microsoft Flight Sim. So back to the stream and another beer. I agree. It does look insanely good, doesn't it? Tristan is here. Good evening to you. Have you flown past Mount Taranaki in the North Island yet? It's like a mini Mount Fuji. Nice stream, by the way. Mighty thanks, my dude. I haven't tried it yet. No, we'll probably do the North Island another night. Really enjoying the Southland at the moment. Alright, guys. If you can ramble to me. Let's see if we can all get side by side, and on your mark, set, go, we'll all take off. And Elisa says, some awfully suspicious planes floating there. I agree.
Hey, good morning.
757 Spy is now following. Many thanks, 757. I really enjoy your streams. I hope you're keeping well this evening. Guys, I think we did a raid on 757's channel the other night, but do check out his content. In particular for the tube liners. Some great tutorials. You learn a lot. Must have a lot of air in those tires, says Jim. Float planes. It's, well, I don't know what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, it's gone crazy. Okay, well, how many of us are lined up here? Like, we got a few. Oh! Oh dear. To whom it may concern, your son died a hero. Okay. It's not going to get much better than this. Okay. Tactical Sprite is now following. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. Okay, guys, in your own time, let's go. This just looks insane. You're doing a good job. Okay, we're going to head back over to Wanaka. Skyfly Bry says, forgot to apply flaps, otherwise you won't be able to take off. Joey Seal Gaming is here. Can I join in? Absolutely. We're on the European North server. The stream is about to finish up in the next couple of minutes, but you're more than welcome to join in for some flying. Kane says it's like watching ducks fly out of a river. Fergal says, I never made it to the lake. Skyfly says, it's the best fun I've ever had playing a game online. Well, I'm absolutely delighted you think so. Result. So we're making our way back towards Wanaka, which is November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. Jimote says it's 6 p.m. where I live. Need to get some other stuff done, so night all and another splendid stream. Many thanks, Jim. Look after yourself, enjoy your Friday evening, and we'll hopefully catch you on the next one. So yeah, the icon, it's a load of fun. There's so many. It really does look like a car, doesn't it? Disaster Nick is now following. Many thanks, my dude. You're very welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. I'm actually well impressed. The like the mesh, obviously Microsoft Flight Sim is amazing. There's only one or two areas around here that kind of has the clouds burnt into the ground textures, but apart from that, it's absolutely fantastic. And I've always struggled over an X-Plane for New Zealand ortho. Now I know it's similar to I think what Forkboy did. You can download a pack, but I've always struggled to get decent ortho tiles for this area. Top Slayers here. Thanks for a great flight. More than welcome. Mal Watts says, oh well, night night. Cheers, Murph. Many thanks, Mal. The scratches on the glass are so realistic. Oh, they look absolutely amazing, don't they? No, like it's absolutely a beautiful looking sim. Is there fingerprints too? Yes, there is. And I'd go berserk if they were in my plane. So we put our face cam back on for a dramatic effect for our landing. As we try and keep everything together here. Upstairs says, game of the year as far as I'm concerned. I agree. What's the best thing about 2020? I have to say the release of Flight Sim. And not to get all kind of soft and, you know, but it does give so many people that opportunity to explore in a time that a whole lot of exploring can't really happen. Have a look around Tromsø in Norway, 140 miles inside the Arctic Circle, an island linked to the main land by 2 bridges. Nice. Okay, as a 320 rambles along, that should have been up. Okay, go ahead and drop a notch of flaps now. Landing gear coming down. Something tells me there'll be a bit of a queue to get landed.
Hey, good morning.
Desi Boy is now following. Good evening to you. Now they're saying Cyberpunk might steal it. Nah. Don't get me wrong, I mean that thing looks phenomenal as well, but you talk about open world, this thing has the planet. So let's try and pick our spot here, Murph. All the A5s. That's cool looking. We drift into runway 11. Some of that speed down. A little bit early on our flare, but we're okay. Little bounce. Now we'll just kind of scoot off over this side. Bring our flaps back in. Many thanks, Keen. Okay. So, park and brake coming on. Go ahead now and tidy up some things. So, strobes, taxi and landing lights can now come off. We have a master battery there that we can worry about shortly. Go ahead, turn off our mags, turn our fuel off, and go ahead and get our master off. Awesome. What a crazy, crazy night stream. It's like micro machines. Well guys, there we have it. Our tour of Southland, New Zealand. We took off from Queenstown. We went down to Te Anau, or Manapuri. We then headed up north to Milford Sound. Then from Milford we came over Glenorchy, and from Glenorchy over to Wanaka. As always, thank you all so much for joining here on Twitch and on YouTube. To everyone who took part in the multiplayer, I'm really impressed with the flying. I'm like, that was amazing. Well done. Everyone gets bonus points. So until the next time, look after yourselves, stay safe. We'll see, can we do a stream maybe tomorrow, all going well. And keep an eye on YouTube. A couple of more videos coming out. And yeah, great stuff. Happy Friday. See you guys soon. Take care.